It's the biggest night of the primaries, with showdowns all across America.
Get out and vote. Got to get out and
vote. We do have a country to save, but this is where it comes down to you.
Tonight, more than 800 Republican delegates at stake, and Donald Trump has his eyes on the final prize.
Get out, Joe. You're fired. Give me liberty or give me death.
God bless you.
But Nikki Haley insists she's the only one who can beat Joe Biden.
Thank you so much. Look at the chaos that is happening under Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
The president looks to dispel any doubts about his strength.
America's democracy at risk was a risk, and we saved it. Are you with me?
Our Super Tuesday election coverage starts right now.
It is 7 p.m. on the East Coast, and the first polls of Super Tuesday are closed. Welcome to the biggest night in the primary campaign in the election season, unlike we have ever seen before. Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. It is Super Tuesday. The most states, the most delegates, the most votes on the line as both parties march towards a 2020 rematch, it looks like. At this hour, polls are closed in Virginia and Vermont. Vermont could be Nikki Haley's best chance to win a state tonight, thanks to moderate Northeast Republican voters and an open primary system.
Virginia is also holding an open primary, and she could do well in the suburban areas near D.C. Both states also host Democratic presidential primaries tonight, where Biden is widely expected to win.
Now, those are just the first prizes of the night. 16 states and one territory heading to the polls today, including the two biggest states, Texas and California. A lot of delegates there.
Indeed. On the Republican side, there are 854 delegates up for grabs tonight. That is more than 70% of what is needed to clinch the nomination.
Former President Donald Trump hopes to sweep them all 15 states on the Republican side, and set up a showdown with Joe Biden in the fall. He steamrolled through the early contests, and tonight he's hoping for a knockout blow.
Challenger Nikki Haley fighting tooth and nail to stay in the race. The math does not look like it is in her favor. She has no clear path at this moment to the nomination.
On the Democrat side, President Joe Biden wants another 4 years. He has also marched through the early nominating states, despite his party remaining deeply divided about the prospect of him returning to the White House, concerned about age, his mental fitness, other things.
What makes you think you can win?
I have to win, or my donors will destroy my Warhawk enterprise. And why did you have to go and call me a bird brain?
He called me desanctimonious for a really long time.
That's fine heels.
You're a neocon, Nikki. You simp for globalists, open borders, and illegal immigration. And
My brown people are not illegal.
That is why you are bird brain.
That's enough, Boots.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You ran against nobody. Nevada checked the box that literally said not Nikki. And that may be an achievement, but you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Ain't got no gun, ain't got no knife. Don't you start no fight.
Ooh, welcome to Super Tuesday! Having more fun than should be legally allowed on the internet. It's your boy, Benny. We are ready to rock. The results are going to start rolling in, and tonight is the night. Donald Trump could clinch the Republican nomination. It is the end of Nikki Haley. It is the end of rhinoceroses inside of the Republican Party, and it is the beginning of taking back our nation. Joe Biden could also face massive defeat tonight. Joe Biden may lose states with Democrats protest voting against him. 100,000 people voted against Joe Biden in a closed Democrat primary in Michigan. A humiliation, a repudiation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are excited, and we have 15 states to call tonight, 1,200 votes to clinch the nomination. Donald Trump might get 1,100 tonight, depending on the way the evening goes. Donald Trump could be your Republican nominee by Tuesday of next week, given the states and the calendar and the schedule. And so the battleground is set. The table is set, baby. Let's put some meat on the bones. We already have some results here, baby. We are ready to rock. And most importantly, we are going to be joined by a number of special guests tonight. And we also have a brand new Stinger Rolls Royce. Are we ready to reveal it? Because we have a call already in the night. The night is quite young. It's not even 7:30 yet. And we already have Donald Trump winning his first state. We have the Trump Victory Stinger. Are we ready to go, Rolls Royce? Let me know. I'm going to suppose that's I guess Rolls Royce, that's going to be a yes. Here we go. All right. Trump wins. Let's try this out for the first time ever. Go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Trump has won Virginia. The call is in, decision desk. Donald Trump winning the Virginia primary. This call was made seconds after the polls closed. Might be the fastest call in history. Ladies and gentlemen, the map looks like this. Donald Trump has officially won Virginia. Now, these are all the states that Donald Trump has won. Leading up to tonight, but this is the first state from Super Tuesday that has been called. It's only 9% in, but Donald Trump with the dominant performance. Many were saying that Nikki Haley might win Virginia or might be able to pull out something. Who knows? Nobody knows. 12 guys down, one fella to go. Fighting for every inch, says Nikki. But in fact, Nikki Haley has gone down in flames. 63% we have here for Donald Trump reporting in to 30% Donald Trump winning by 30 points. The suburbs of Virginia, of course, Nikki Haley's favorite people, the rhino warmongers, hardest hit. Hardest hit. Neocons on life support right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can see here, if you zoom in, there is supposed to be a little area that Nikki Haley won. It's called Washington, D.C. That happened on Saturday. Oh, wait. Washington, D.C. isn't an actual state. It's a district. It was never supposed to be a state. It's a swamp, a literal swamp. And it is infested with rats and roaches and lice and mice and lizard people wearing human exoskeleton skin suits. And so Nikki Haley doesn't even have a single state on the map. Here's Nikki Haley's South Carolina, home state of South Carolina, where Donald Trump defeated her soundly and roundly, ladies and gentlemen, just a week ago. And so we roll on tonight. The states that are in play right now, you can see here at the New York Times. I know, please forgive me. New York Times has a very, very sharp and accurate and easy to read map, and so we shall use it tonight. The polls have closed, ladies and gentlemen, in Virginia and in Vermont. Now, in Vermont, you see here, 3% in reporting. They haven't called that yet. So we will see. But they have called it for Donald Trump there in Virginia. So the first state already a victory for Donald Trump. This is Trump plus 31 points. You can see right here. Absolutely and totally and completely dominant. Donald Trump has, of course, been ready to roll for quite a while. Donald Trump has a party tonight at Mar-a-Lago. Low key, we were invited to go to Mar-a-Lago tonight. We'll be doing some work at a Trump property later this week. And so we decided instead to be here in our studio reporting this evening's results with you and celebrating with you, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump asked recently meaning in the last 24 hours, his message on Super Tuesday. And so until before these states start rolling in and we have more polls closing at 7:30. So a couple minutes ago, the first round of new polls closed. Donald Trump's message to his supporters for Super Tuesday. Let's go back.
We can talk about all the accomplishments from President Trump. We can talk about the policies. We can talk about how he's going to make America great again. But guess what? If you don't vote tomorrow, you don't encourage your friends, family, people at church, your neighbors, your coworkers to do it, it simply will not happen. You say this during your rallies, and I love the sign. It says, too big to rig.
Right. We want to be too big to rig, but the too big to rig, we're really thinking about November 5th. But it really does send a signal. If you can, get out to vote tomorrow. Get your husband, get your wife, get your friends, get their friends, because we want to send a signal that we're coming. This freight train's coming, and we have to do that, and we have to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big day. Tomorrow, they call it Super Tuesday for a reason. And I think it's going to be record-setting. I hope so. But that sends the signal, because what we're really doing is we're aiming at that November 5th date. And I said it at the beginning, and I'll say it now as we close up. It's going to be, I think, the most important date and day in the history of our country. We're going to take our country back. And if we don't win this next election, I think our country's finished. I really do. I think it's finished.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here and we are ready for this evening. Donald Trump saying, too big to rig. This train is leaving the station. This train is ready to rock. We have, once again, another victory to announce to you. We are working on, I think we have loaded a brand new Donald Trump victory stinger. We're going to be doing this live, okay? We're going to be doing this live. We are building assets, and we are building celebration, and we are building energy right now live with you. Another Donald Trump victory to announce. Let's go, man. Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. Donald Trump winning the great state, which is also home to his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, who will be joining the RNC as co-chairwoman. We're very excited to say. Many people thought that Donald Trump might potentially want Laura Trump to run for Senate in North Carolina, but that wasn't meant to be. Donald Trump winning in North Carolina. And ladies and gentlemen, in a second here, we'll load for you what it looked like at Donald Trump's rally this weekend in North Carolina. Absolutely stunning. 10,000 people showing up, 3,000 people in the overflows. So you have 13,000 people. I mean, that's bigger than the average attendance at the NBA game. We ran the numbers. Donald Trump, per rally, is pulling more people than the NBA. So that just goes to show you who wins. Ladies and gentlemen, who wins when it comes to wokeness, when it comes to the battle for our nations? The New York Times is not yet called North Carolina. Decision Desk, I want to show you here, has in fact called North Carolina. Let's rock and roll, baby. North Carolina called for Trump exactly at 7:30. Ladies and gentlemen, North Carolina called for Trump with 0 results in. Okay. All right. Thanks, Decision Desk. 0% reporting. Donald Trump wins. All right. Please do the same. Please do the exact same on election night in November 2024. So we have another message from Donald Trump. Obviously, the message that Donald Trump posted on Truth Social. Royce, we have that specific asset loaded up with with Donald Trump's logo and icon on Truth Social. Please make sure that is up, and get me a link. Let's go here. Let's get a Donald Trump winning Virginia. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the video that Donald Trump posted. This is Trump's Super Tuesday campaign video. We have loaded for you here. Let's go ahead and listen again to a message from the president. We will be going live at some point tonight to Mar-a-Lago, and I have a very, very funny thing to tell you about how Nikki Haley intends on spending her night. Yeah. Not good. You're going to laugh. Here, but first off, ladies and gentlemen, here's Donald Trump's sort of advertisement. Here's his newest ad, sort of his newest message that he has sent out to his supporters. This is the last thing Trump posted before the results rolled in. His Super Tuesday messaging. Let's go. Okay. All right. So if you know, this is the Marvel. That's the Marvel theme. So Donald Trump as a Marvel superhero. This is the Donald Trump. The superhero is back, right? The hero is here to save the day. So Donald Trump posting the Marvel theme, speaking of the Avengers and putting a team together. Mark Robinson is projected to be the winner of the Republican nomination for governor in North Carolina. Mark Robinson is so based. If you're not familiar with him, he is a rock star in the making, a rock star already. This is the guy, man, we should do the ALX. We should grab a tribute clip about Mark Robinson, his message about firearm ownership. It's incredible. The story of Mark Robinson is incredible. It really is remarkable. He is just like a citizen who was disgusted at his town in North Carolina putting in new gun regulations. And so he went and he gave this impassioned speech at his town council meeting. He went thermonuclear viral, and now he's going to be the governor. He wasn't even a politician. Kind of very much a Trump story. Just cared a lot about his local community, was passionate and on fire for something, and God had a path for him, man. So Mark Robinson, big time victory, big time W. Mark Robinson is heading to the governor's mansion in North Carolina. Let's manifest that. Mark Robinson, a friend of the show, and has been on the show before, and it is very, very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to a lot of calls for Donald Trump tonight. I want to show you sort of before too many results start rolling in here, want to jump over to Mar-a-Lago, sort of show you what the live shot looks like there, where Donald Trump will be speaking later this evening. We do not know exactly when. We do know one thing, though. Nikki Haley will not be speaking, ladies and gentlemen. Nikki Haley not going to be speaking. Here we go. We have Donald Trump as Captain America, as an Avenger. Very good. Well done. Nikki Haley won't be speaking. So check this out. Hold on just a moment here. Nikki Haley, who was crowned Queen of the Swamp. Just a reminder, again, Nikki Haley has won a single state, not actually a state. DC is not a state. It comes with a delegate or two. Trump campaign statement on Nikki Haley being crowned Queen of the Swamp. This is a real statement. This is a real timeline. Appreciate the moment we're living in. We will never get this again. This is so special, the moment we're living in. This is an absolute 100% bona fide statement from Donald Trump. This is not a meme. This is not from the Babylon Bee. Trump campaign statement on Nikki Haley being crowned Queen of the Swamp. Tonight's results in Washington, D.C. reaffirm the object of the Trump campaign. He will drain the swamp and put America first. Nikki Haley has been soundly rejected throughout the rest of America. She was crowned Queen of the Swamp by lobbyists and D.C. insiders who want to protect the failed status quo. The swamp has claimed their queen. Okay, so yeah, it's called We Do a Little Trolling. Here we are. This is a message from the Nikki Haley campaign. Of course, we're on all the press emails, right, for every campaign, so we get as much information as possible. We bring you that information. Maybe we should share this. Maybe we shouldn't share this with you. I don't know. Don't really care, actually. Here we go. Nikki Haley will not be making remarks tonight. Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. Do we have the sad trombone, Royce? Let's do it. Nikki Haley will not be making results tonight. She's in the Charleston area and will be watching the returns with staff who are happy with Warriors. Mood is jubilant. Oh no, that's so embarrassing. So Nikki Haley, the warmonger, sorry, I keep mispronouncing her name. Nikki Hillary will not be making any announcements tonight. Unfortunate. We can't help ourselves, however, ladies and gentlemen, we can't help ourselves, but note that Nikki Hillary, maybe her final time as a candidate, because I think this whole thing is going to get zipped up by Donald Trump. 1,200 delegates may happen as early as 7 days from now. All right? We'll get within the precipice. We'll get within striking distance tonight. And then 7 days from now, there'll be enough contests in order to get Donald Trump up to the mountaintop. Right? The Republican nomination. 1,200 delegates. Boom. Zipped up. You're good. You're done. Nothing can happen. Nikki Haley's last time potentially as a candidate. She may drop out after this. We don't know. She may drop out of this. She may drop out tonight. We're not sure. We know she's not going to say anything tonight, which is never a sign of strength, quite frankly. You'll recall that Nikki Haley was excited to give speeches in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, claiming for some inexplicable reason that she was winning even when she was losing. But nothing is losing more than having to sit on CNN and listen to people talk about Donald Trump's erection. I'm not trying to be a potty mouth. I'm not trying to make like a dirty joke here. It's something that literally happened. It's my job to report to you what's actually happening in the world. And maybe potentially Nikki Haley's last time on CNN as a Republican presidential candidate had to sit here and listen to the CNN hosts who clearly are in a very psychosexual way turned on by Donald Trump. Talk about Donald Trump's erection. So when will the humiliation end for Nikki Haley? Not sure. Here's proof of what I'm saying.
Explanation was not they didn't like Donald Trump. They said he participated in an insurrection. And I have to, an insurrection, and I have to say I got up at 5 this morning to do Casey Hunt's show and I'm exhausted. So.
Sorry, Nikki Hillary. Really tough one. That's real hard time there on CNN. Really, very much so. If Donald Trump inciting an erection lasts more than 4 hours, please see your physician as soon as possible. And Jake Tapper, make sure your physician is Dr. Fauci. Please, I recommend for you personally, sir, Dr. Fauci. Go see him. I'm sure he has what ails you. Here we go, North Carolina. The New York Times is here, and they are late. You can see the differences here. These are live updates. So North Carolina has been called here for Donald Trump. Here in the results for NBC. And this is, of course, New Hampshire. This is Vermont. Vermont is counting their votes right now. You can see 3% in. Donald Trump is leading. About 10 points there. 12 points. So we have, obviously, the results trickling in here from these states. These are the ones that have been called. Hey, Robbie, can you please grab me all the states and the timing? Because at 8 o'clock, in less than 15 minutes, a ton of states start announcing. So at 8 o'clock, in less than 15 minutes, a ton of states start announcing. But as of right now, and I will show you, of course, our sources here, as of Decision Desk headquarters, and obviously Donald Trump's Truth Social, we have the announcements of North Carolina and Virginia so far, right? This is what we're looking at so far, ladies and gentlemen. So, Nikki Haley's humiliation continues apace. Here's what it looked like in Texas, which votes also today. Texas will be closing their polls at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Central Time. Texas will vote today. Their polls close in moments here at a bar in Texas. Fox News hosts said, "Hey, who do you want to be president?" There are like hundreds of people at this bar. The humiliation continues, ladies and gentlemen, for Nikki Haley, and let's just say that there were no erections incited for Nikki at the bar.
But I did a quick straw poll. Ainsley, Steve, Brian, Lawrence. Let's just take the temperature as we start the morning here in Texas. If you are for Donald Trump today, Super Tuesday, let me hear you. All right. Anybody here for Nikki Haley? Okay.
There was a cow. It's Texas. There was a bovine that wandered out of the kitchen. Yeah, that's what you got for Nikki. So, ladies and gentlemen, in approximately 10 minutes, we have the polls closing, which states will be announced at 8 o'clock. These states will be, let's just pop up the map here, shall we? Again, these are not the states that were called tonight. Just want to make that very clear. These are not the states that were called tonight. These are states that Donald Trump has won in subsequent weekends, so on, right? North Carolina, Iowa, South Carolina. The red states are the states that Donald Trump has won, and the tan states are the states that are going to be called tonight, that are going to vote today, right? As the, obviously as the key shows us here. So polls that will close in 10 minutes. Polls that will close in 10 minutes precisely. We have Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Texas. They all close. So you have those 6 states polls closing at, T-minus 10 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our Trump celebration stinger ready to rock. We do have some very, very interesting reporting out of Mar-a-Lago right now, where there is a party going on. No other way to say it. There is a rowdy party happening at Mar-a-Lago right now. The reason why I know this is going to sound strange. We don't wish to sound pretentious here. It's very, very hard to do live broadcasts from these things, right? It's much easier to cover them inside our studio. The Wi-Fi is often not possible to do the broadcast. We've tried this at every Trump tree party. We've tried this. We were there in Iowa. We were there in South Carolina. It's easier to actually do it from the studio and to cover it live and go in and out, right? And so that's what we will be doing. Here is what it looks like, though, at Mar-a-Lago. It is let's just say it is a very victorious atmosphere. It's Donald Trump's party, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Fox News says. Fox News. The headline is Donald Trump's party tonight. Let's go to Mar-a-Lago.
At Mar-a-Lago, and it seems they're going to pick him in there, Aisha.
Hey guys, if you can't tell, there is a huge party underway behind me here in Mar-a-Lago. The doors are actually open. We're seeing a lot of folks streaming in now, and the feeling is electric here as the campaign expects up to 1,000 supporters here tonight in this ballroom. It really feels like a general election party, and quite so because tonight, Super Tuesday, could really launch the former president toward that magic number of 1215, very, very close to it. The campaign telling me they expect to sweep about more than 1,000 delegates tonight, including the ones they're walking in with tonight, getting closer to that magic number. Trump very much so wants to pivot hard to the general election. He certainly does not think that Nikki Haley has any sort of path forward here. He believes that he is going to win every single state tonight. But whether or not he's going to ask her to step down tonight, Fox and Friends host Lawrence Jones asked him about that this morning, and he wouldn't quite answer that question, so we'll have to wait and see how the night goes. He is, though, accusing her of dividing the GOP by just staying in this race. Now, he'd much rather be talking about the issues, the border, the economy. He'd much rather be talking about President Biden, and he'll get to do that again, Brett and Martha, in dueling remarks again this weekend, Saturday in Georgia, when Trump and both President Joe Biden will be campaigning just about 60 miles apart. Back here in Mar-a-Lago, again, the party getting underway, just about 200 people, I would say, here already. There is no open bar, and there is a soda bar, a pop bar, if you want to call it, if you're from the Midwest, but no free alcohol, at least tonight here in Mar-a-Lago. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks for that update.
Sounds like it's going to be a short party.
Yeah, that's not a big party.
All right, let's bring in.
Will they get to 1,000 without an open bar?
I don't know. That's a good question. It's time to bring in the panel, if you haven't noticed. Bryn Hume, Laura Ingraham, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. Laura, what do you think of tonight?
Well, this is a big night. Even if they don't have the booze at Mar-a-Lago flowing, this is going to be a big night, obviously, for Donald Trump. He's cruising to the nomination. I think Nikki Haley Look, she has given it her all. She's crisscrossed the country. She's raised a huge amount of money. I think for the last year, she's pretty much represented the more kind of establishment old Bush wing of the party better than anyone. And she's attractive. She's articulate. She's very smart. She's tried to go at Trump. And I don't know how you could have done it any better than she did it. I don't think there's a big audience for that. There's some audience, but not enough, clearly, to really motivate the people to turn out to vote in the way she needs it. It's a populist party, and right now it's Donald Trump.
Right now it's Donald Trump's party. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to note that the New York Times seems quite slow this evening. Not like I really care. This is the only time we really look at what the New York Times has to say. We are watching Decision Desk, which is a site that is quite good, right? New York Times. We're watching here at NBC, okay? And who they are calling and how they are calling these states. So these are the states up for grabs tonight. The tan ones, ladies and gentlemen. In approximately 6 minutes, 6 of these states close their polls. And so we will be getting more data and more results in approximately 6 minutes. As we have noted, Donald Trump has already been victorious in Virginia and in North Carolina this evening. Those are the 2 contests that have been called. Here is the call for Virginia, and we got some very interesting information out of North Carolina.
Donald Trump will win Virginia's Republican primary. This was former Governor Nikki Haley's really best chance to win a state other than Vermont, with significant delegates at stake. So with this, he goes on to this first win tonight. He is predicting there could be 15 wins tonight. The former president is. As you look at the board, we'll see if that holds up. Speaking of the board,
let's go to Bill Hemmer and get a look at what happened in Virginia.
Good evening again. It looks like a tale of 2 states, really. I'm going to break this down for you in Virginia. Remember the population centers.
So Virginia again going. You can see here the Mar-a-Lago party rocking and rolling. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready again for the results here in approximately 5 minutes. Now, information out of North Carolina. Donald Trump has won every single demo in North Carolina. Fascinating. Donald Trump winning every demo with the exit polling. Haven't seen that, quite frankly, ever, because, well, typically, you don't have the data that fast. But apparently Donald Trump has done a clean sweep in the state of North Carolina. This is a state that Democrats think they can flip blue. They think that they can find squishy suburban wine moms driving Priuses to Whole Foods and flip it, right? Don't think so. Don't think so. Dominant performance. Here's some data out of North Carolina.
Haley's 16%, a trend we've seen throughout the primary season. He just dominates with the party faithful. Among independents, which made up 34% of the overall electorate, a far smaller share than Republicans, you see here Donald Trump even bests Nikki Haley with independents, 49% to 45%. Yes, she gets close with independents, but she needs to win independents if she's going to win some of these races. Among college voters, again, a 45% share of the overall electorate. This should be a place, as you see, where Nikki Haley gets substantial support, but Donald Trump still wins in North Carolina with college graduates, 51% to Nikki Haley's 45%. She doesn't overtake him there. Non-college graduates, where Donald Trump runs up the score, here you go, it's 56% of the overall electorate that are non-college educated voters. Trump wins 80% of them, and Haley only gets 15%. So, Aaron, Donald Trump wins big with the big shares of the electorate, and where Nikki Haley needs to overtake him, Donald Trump actually edges ahead of her there as well.
Just monster numbers for Trump, winning every single demographic. And you are seeing that now across the board. You are seeing that now across the country. Versus Joe Biden, it gets even worse. Donald Trump winning the youth vote. Donald Trump cutting Joe Biden's support with black voters in half. Donald Trump tied with women voters. Donald Trump tied with Latino voters. there is no path forward for Joe Biden. There is no path forward. Now, I don't know what you think about this, ladies and gentlemen, but there is word out that Donald Trump is already going to begin his primary election, general election campaigning starting next week, going back to the states of Georgia and potentially New York. Donald Trump potentially playing for New York, saying that Democrats have botched it bad enough inside of the Empire State and that Donald Trump thinks he can snatch it. He can claim it as a prize. Is that possible? These are the rumblings going on right now, that Donald Trump will be vying to potentially claim New York's, what would it be, 25 electoral votes? How many electoral votes for New York? Let's check, boys. This is the reporting on that. I tell you, there are some orders for content at the company. If Donald Trump does a rally in Brooklyn, which is what everyone's talking about, or Madison Square Garden, one or the other, we shall be there. You want to talk about something that we will figure out how to go live for? That's the one. That's the one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the party at Mar-a-Lago. You can see here the crowd rolling in. Simone Atiba in Florida. Trump supporters ready for a party. The crowd awaits Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. Of course, when Donald Trump speaks, we'll be popping right over. You can see here the screens showing Donald Trump has won in North Carolina. You've seen this room before. Donald Trump has done multiple big speeches inside of this room. It is a monster ballroom, and it is, well, a place that we know quite well. Many historic events have happened there. Ladies and gentlemen, will Donald Trump be able to win New York, or would that just be a waste of money? Have they wired the system there? Are there too many shenanigans there in New York? Is that why they're bringing so many criminal illegal aliens to the state of New York? To ensure that doesn't happen. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the reporting.
You've gained ground, 20 points with black voters. I mean, what's the operation going to look like in this general election? I hear from your advisors that there's going to be no city left behind.
We're going after everything. Look, we have a different country than we had even 2 years ago. This whole migrant invasion of our country, destruction of our country. You look at what's happened to New York and Chicago. You look at what's happened to Los Angeles. We have a much different country in many ways, but also from a voting standpoint. People that were modestly happy 3 years ago are devastated right now. Their country's been invaded. They can't go to hospitals. They can't go to schools. They can't use their playgrounds for their kids. They cancel out the little leagues. I read today where little leagues are being canceled out all over the country because you have migrants living all over the parks and the fields. Our country is a mess, and I think you have a much different country than you do. We're going to make a heavy play for New York. We're going to make a heavy play for Virginia, states that generally don't go Republican. I think they're going to go Republican in a lot. I think frankly, I think the Democrats have themselves a big problem.
Donald Trump saying Democrats have themselves a big problem. So is it a fantasy? Let us know. We're going to pin a poll. We're going to pin a poll to the chat right now. Let us know if you think that Donald Trump should play for New York. Obviously, Donald Trump's from New York. Donald Trump is very, very popular in New York. Every single week, there's a new man on the street that gets dropped from Brooklyn. And by the way, it is 8 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. The polls are now officially closed in 6 different states. 6 different states, ladies and gentlemen. Those states are, once again, Texas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Massachusetts, Maine, and Alabama. We will continue to monitor, obviously, the maps here, and we will be able to show you when Donald Trump is victorious in those states. As of right now, there has been no change to our map. You will know Donald Trump is victorious because we have a super badass stinger that we shall play for you. Ladies and gentlemen, with Donald Trump dancing and a lot of music and a lot of confetti. We would like to shoot confetti in our studio, but we don't have enough money to pay the cleaning crew for the amount of confetti we would need to drop tonight. Maybe we'll do a ball drop. Royce, figure out how to do a ball drop in the studio. We got to figure it out. We'll do a ball drop in the studio when Donald Trump officially locks up this nomination, and we'll be popping bottles. You can believe that. Why does Trump believe that he can win in the state like New York? So it's one thing for Trump to win in, like, I don't know, right here, Wisconsin or Michigan and in Georgia. It's a totally different thing to win here in New York, right? And Trump thinks this because all of the polling shows that Joe Biden effectively has, well, he already had virtually no support in 2020, but Joe Biden now has less than zero, right? What is a negative zero? This is like an imaginary number. It's not real mathematically. This is CNN fighting back tears, fighting back the rock salt tears in reporting on Joe Biden's catastrophic failures with his own party. This is particularly special, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Biden's absolute and total erosion of support. The inability of Joe Biden to even win with his own party. The collapse is nigh. This is a very salty clip. And so on this program, we salt our libs, okay? We have our gigantic thing of salt here. We encourage you to leave salt shakers in the comment section as we salt the libs of CNN as they report on the candidate that they propped up and got into office. They literally inflated Joe Biden's human skin suit, right? Got to get that on, got to get that tight, right, over the lizard skin, and make sure that you put the glass up under his nose, make sure that it fogs up, okay, so he looks human. And you make sure that Biden, whichever Biden it is, gets marched out correctly that day, okay? Still walks like a robot. They haven't figured that one out yet. They're going to get that. Biden version 6.7, they're going to get that. He's going to learn how to walk correctly. But ladies and gentlemen, CNN is the reason that Joe Biden is the resident of the White House right now. There's no other way to say it, right? So all joking aside, CNN reporting on these things is very, very salty. It's very delicious. And here's our Salt That Lid for the evening.
These latest poll numbers are not necessarily showing a lot of good news for the current president.
No, it's showing a similar story that we've been seeing over the course of the last year. He is losing ground with some key constituencies. Take a look on the screen here. You can see the New York Times poll there on the left compared to the 2020 exit polls. Now, one is a poll and one is voters coming out of the voting booth telling us what they did. But nonetheless, those under 30, Biden has a 12-point advantage in this poll. Well, it was twice that in the 2020 election. Among female voters, Biden is tied with Trump in this New York Times poll this weekend. He had a 15-point advantage. You see with black voters, he's got a 43-point advantage. That's substantial, except in the 2020 election, it was a 75-point advantage. And then if you look at non-white voters without a college degree, you see he's got a 6-point advantage over Trump, but that was a 46-point advantage in 2020.
So what are you looking at? You're looking at the complete and total collapse. Royce, can you grab me that screenshot, please? Give me that screenshot. I want to sort of jump into that data. You're looking at a complete and total collapse in whatever you thought was the Joe Biden supporter, right? Whatever, like think about the super unhappy, 3-time divorced wine mom with the Xanax rattling around in her purse with her Starbucks mocha frappuccino soy latte, double whip almond butter, cream pie at the top, right? Walking around in her yoga pants with a vape. Like whatever that is, okay, with a BLM shirt on, right? Whoever that person, like the Joe Biden voter, right? The deeply unhappy on SSRIs, like addicted to SSRIs, kind of neurotic person, still wearing a mask, triple masking, right? Triple masking. That person, even that person, has abandoned now Joe Biden. Please observe, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Under 30, the youth vote. Under 30. I mean, under 30 is like young. Typically, the youth vote is 18 to 35. So under 30 is like really young, like considered very young people for polling. This was Joe Biden in 2020. This is them now. So he's lost half his support. Many show that Donald Trump is winning the youth vote. Many polls. Again, we're looking at hyper-liberal leftist suppression polls that over-index for Democrat support. Donald Trump is now tied with women. This was a massive class of voters for Joe Biden. Black Americans, half of the support has evaporated for Joe Biden. Half the support. This is where you see polls showing Donald Trump getting 30% of the black vote. It is impossible for Democrats to win with 30% of the black vote going to a Republican. It is not possible. Mathematically, not gonna happen. Okay? Not gonna happen. Non-white, no college. Whatever that means, what that means is essentially working class. That's what they're trying to they're trying to couch their working class. That used to be 46% for Joe Biden, inexplicably, probably because of COVID, don't know. Now that's been whittled down to nothing. The margin of error. The margin of error on these polls. That's what it's been whittled down to. This is why Donald Trump believes that he can win in states like New York. This is why Donald Trump believes that he will be able to take New York as a prize. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some fascinating information for you from New York. A very, very special little piece of news that you should see breaking over the last 24 hours. Democrats aren't popular in New York. Who's a very popular Democrat from New York? Let's see. Andrew Cuomo. No, he had to resign in disgrace. Who else? Chuck Schumer? No. Another guy who said that Donald Trump incites his erection. We actually have that clip. We can prove it to you. Chuck Schumer does say Donald Trump has incited his erection, which again would be an amazing advertisement for Viagra. If you are Pfizer, you should totally consider hiring Chuck Schumer. Okay? Put him in a bathtub. Tell him that the number one way to incite the erection is take the blue pill and then think about Donald Trump. Not my words. Chuck Schumer's words. We'll play it for you in just a moment, but I'm getting to something here. Many people would say AOC. Okay, if they really thought long and hard enough, they'd say AOC. Well, if they really thought long, Chuck Schumer thinks long and hard enough, Donald Trump incites the erection. AOC, though, okay? Talk about somebody, all right, who should be beloved in New York, who should be treated like a queen, okay? She's our bartender queen, slay queen. She's a communist like all of us. She's a poser like all of us. She's neurotic and sociopathic like all of us. She's unhappy like all of us. AOC. It's great. It's great. But even AOC, over the last 24 hours, has a video released where she is being mobbed by who? MAGA hat wearing insurrectionists? No. She's being mobbed by her own people. She's being mobbed by New York leftists that chase her out of a movie. She's in the middle of a movie. She was sitting in a movie. They chased her out of the movie. And then AOC has a apoplectic panic attack on camera. I'm simply trying to reinforce that maybe Trump's got something here. Maybe New York can be one. Maybe people are actually sick of the frauds like AOC. Here's a little bit of what just happened to AOC in New York. Fascinating stuff. Here we go.
You refuse to call it a genocide. It's not okay that there's a genocide happening. You're not actively against it.
You're lying.
I'm lying. You're not. You went on TV and avoided talking about it.
You can't say it's a genocide. No, it's active legal base. You can't call it a genocide. Then obviously, we're not lying.
We're not lying.
You've been sending in interviews. It's insane. You haven't been calling it a genocide. Don't tell me I'm lying. Then just say it's a genocide. Just say it. Over 30,000 people are dead, AOC. You can't just say it for once. Just say the word. That's it. That's all we want you to say. Over you're done angry about people who fucking call it genocide. Over 30,000 people are dying.
Stop. Okay? Stop.
We're not going anywhere. We're not conversation. That's all we're doing. That's it.
Cut it, and you're going to cut this, and you're going to clip this so that it's completely out of context. I already said that it was, and y'all are just going to pretend that it wasn't over and over again. It's fucked up, man. And you're not helping these people, and you're not helping them.
You refuse to.
You're not helping them.
Ooh! Careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. Boys, come on, let's get the AOC tweet. Come on, go, 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 go. Careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. AOC tweeted not too long ago. Check this out. You're going to love this. The whole point of protesting is to make people uncomfortable. To folks who complain about protest demands to make others uncomfortable, that's the point. Oh, honey. Oh my. Also, we try as hard as we can to bleep F-bombs on this program. But the potty mouth Congresswoman, socialist from New York, just so angry, ladies and gentlemen, so angry. Well, you're not going to be angry. You're going to be happy because we now have brand new results. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? All right, Donald Trump, a slew of victories rolling in. Let's go. Almost too fast for us to count. Okay, what do we got here? Donald Trump wins the Alabama Republican primary. I gotta say, it's not we expect this. We expect this. Our people in Alabama. Are you watching in Alabama right now? Shout yourself out in the comments section. Congratulations, Alabama. Going for Donald Trump. Again, we are using Decision Desk HQ, interactive polls, putting up that Donald Trump has won the Maine primary. Donald Trump, the winner in Maine. We got to have Donald Trump dancing. Donald Trump has won the Oklahoma primary. Here we go, baby. We're going to have so much Donald Trump dancing tonight. This is Decision Desk, okay? That is making, these announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here we are on Decision Desk right now, and we have. Let's do the results here from Decision Desk. Okay, Donald Trump has like doubled now. From the beginning of the night, has doubled the number of delegates. Again, right here, Donald Trump needs 1,200 delegates to win. Nikki Haley has. Can we get a sad trombone here, Royce? Let's do a sad trombone. Oh, Nikki Haley has not incited, anything, quite frankly. Here, Nikki Haley has 43 delegates. Donald Trump rocking and rolling, winning victories. Let's go ahead and check the map. This is Decision Desk right now. Let's do a quick refresh here and check in. Donald Trump, again, winning. Donald Trump in Alabama, announcements in Alabama, and announcements in Maine, announcements in Oklahoma. Okay, that's what we got, boys. Are we up to date there? Okay, rock and roll. We are up to date. So those are the three that just rolled in, one after another. We will be up to date. We'll probably be faster than almost anybody, than almost anyone tonight, because we are getting all of our polls and we're getting everything live. We are getting all of the information live, and we are putting it together, and we are ensuring, ladies and gentlemen, that you stay abreast of all of the brand new and breaking poll numbers. We did, of course, promise you that we would. Oh, Massachusetts reporting right now. Massachusetts reporting. They haven't called it yet for Donald Trump, but it looks like Donald Trump is rolling in Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think? We have a poll running right now. Should Donald Trump play in New York? We've been promising you and telling you again and again that the leaders of New York are extremely turned on by Donald Trump. We can prove it. We're not trying to be naughty here. We can quite literally prove it, okay? I don't know what else to do other than to show you the evidence of that. I would never make a claim like that without supported evidence, and more importantly, this has been read into the congressional record because this evidence, it comes directly from the Senate floor, right? The Senate floor itself. Here we go. Chuck Schumer in his own Viagra ad for Donald Trump. He's the guy who said it. Don't be mad at me.
Trial. But make no mistake, there will be a trial, and when that trial ends, senators will have to decide if they believe Donald John Trump incited the insurrection against the United States.
I don't know what else to tell you. Everyone keeps saying, like, take us at our word. Listen to the words we're saying, okay? Listen to the words we're saying. So what you keep telling me is that y'all are turned on by Donald Trump because you keep saying it. Everyone on your party continues to tell me that. So when are y'all just gonna like put on the MAGA hat? Okay, you can stop it with this whole mean girl thing from across the bar. Just put on the MAGA hat. Pramila Jayapal, you claim to be a socialist, you claim to be a communist, you're part of the squad. Put on the MAGA hat. It feels good, all right? You don't have to play this game. We can see it in your face. We can hear it in your laugh.
Let's talk about the fact that President Trump incited an erection. And maybe that too.
Yeah, you can talk about that too, I guess.
Maybe we should talk about that too. The president incited an insurrection.
Senators will.
Why? Why not just put on the MAGA hat? And we could even get an extra skinny, extra teeny. Well, actually, it wouldn't be teeny, but it would be extra large and thin at the same time. I don't know how you fit it on a watermelon head, but a pencil neck. Even Adam Schiff is what I'm getting at here. Even Adam Schiff has been so excited by Donald Trump and Donald Trump's triumphant return to the political sphere that he just can't control himself. Thank God he was sitting down.
In the election, which they did, for trying to coerce Ukraine into helping him in the next election, which he did, into inciting an insurrection, which he did.
I mean, you could see it in the eyes. It's always in the eyes, right? You see Adam Schiff? It's always in the eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Always, always. So as we await more results from tonight, let's pop back over to the maps, show you where the maps are right now. Okay, well, wait, ho. Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Times rolling through and calling Tennessee for Donald Trump. Have we seen that elsewhere, boys? Have we seen that elsewhere? New York Times has called Tennessee for Donald Trump. Okay. Well, Oklahoma, we heard they haven't called Alabama yet. So we have we're just going to show you sort of like a broad brush here. There's Tennessee. Boom. Tennessee for Donald Trump. Tennessee roll on Rocky Top, Tennessee. Yeah, baby. We are rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, the question remains, can Democrats even get more excited? Can they get more excited for Trump? They've admitted to us how Trump makes them feel, how they can barely stand it when he's around, how they get hot flashes in the room. They're like little teenage girls, heartthrobs, Elvis, Swifties. They're like Swifties around Donald Trump. It's the hair and the orange skin. They're suckers for it. They love that skin color. They can't handle themselves. And ladies and gentlemen, there's only one man that we would trust to actually perfectly encapsulate what's properly happening here when it comes to the Democrats' lust and love for Donald Trump. They're trying to hide it. They're going to try. I mean, look at how hard they're trying to hide it right now. The New York Times will barely even give Donald Trump the states that he's already won. They won't do it. They're trying to play the mean girls right now. But Tucker called him out on it from 1,000 yards away. Ladies and gentlemen, we know it. We know it's a fact that Donald Trump has incited something very special in these Democrats. Tucker Carlson, of course, explaining it in a way that is profound and insightful, quick, and really gets the true heart of the issue.
You may have heard, if you don't live off-grid, that there was something called an insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, an armed revolt without arms. But today in the Senate, Chuck Schumer accused Donald Trump of inciting a different kind of uprising. Rick Leventhal has that breaking news for us tonight. Hey, Rick.
I see what you did there, Tucker. Charles Ellis Schumer has been serving in Congress for 40 years, so he's made lots of speeches, and most of them are long forgotten. But this one may live forever. The senior senator from New York is a longtime critic of former President Trump, leading the charge for his impeachment trial scheduled to begin Monday. Schumer says it will be a full trial, and it will be a fair trial, and then he said this.
Senators will have to decide if they believe Donald John Trump incited the insurrection against the United States.
So which one is it? Is it both? We don't know, but it's trending on Twitter and inspired this tweet from Daily Wire writer Matt Walsh, who says, I am ready to declare incited the erection the funniest political gaffe in American history. We should build a statue to Chuck Schumer to commemorate his achievement. That statue will only be from the waist up, though, to be safe. For the record, Tucker, I also cover wars and natural disasters. Thank God it's Friday.
Which is why you were the perfect man for that story. Rick Leventhal,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great to see you tonight.
You too.
Ooh, vintage Tucker ages like a fine wine. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of someone who whines quite a lot, Meghan McCain saying, worst Super Tuesday ever! Nah! It's a Super Tuesday! It's the worst! Occur? How you be doing? So, I mean, it's got to be awesome, actually, right? This has got to be like the best Super Tuesday. I mean, if this is the take from Meghan McCain, well then, ladies and gentlemen, we are rolling here. Okay? Now, it's not just Meghan McCain who was triggered. Also, the amorphous hosts at MSNBC are triggered by Mark Robinson winning in North Carolina. Somebody who we lovingly refer to as Pee Wee Herman is having a salty meltdown on MSNBC. In fact, there's so much salt actually flowing on MSNBC that we will do something very rare. We're going to salt the lib again. We will salt another lib on the program, and we may even do it a third time. We don't know. We have so much salt. Our cup runneth over for salt on the program. So we are going to salt the lib. We encourage you to leave salt emojis inside the comment section. We will put your salt emojis up on screen, as many as we can. They come flowing in fast. I hope that everyone is drinking their electrolytes. I really do, because there's been so much salt this week already. Trump 9-0 decision. Big Fannie Willis and Nathan's hot dog going down into the weenie roller earlier this week. It's only Tuesday, and there's already been salt just flowing through the streets. But ladies and gentlemen, we have another Salt That Lib. Here comes Pee Wee Herman on MSDNC.
There are two big governor's races this year that are going to be in swing states, or roughly swing states. They are in North Carolina and in New Hampshire. And this North Carolina one is going to curl your hair with a candidate as extreme as Mark Robinson there, in a state that the Democratic coalition and that the Biden campaign really does want to put on the map in the presidential race. With Mark Robinson on the ballot, as a Holocaust denier, running against the man who would be the first Jewish president of North Carolina, coming off of two terms of very popular North Carolina Democratic Governor Roy Cooper, we just saw both barrels tonight going for both Biden and Stein at the two men at the top of the ticket there in North Carolina. It just puts North Carolina on the map politically this year like they have not been since the Obama years.
I would like to keep our salt flowing, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on over to CNN, asking if Nikki Haley will ever win a single state. I have an answer for you, CNN. The CNN openly opining, saying, oh my goodness, Nikki Haley may not win, well, anything. And as we have reported to you earlier tonight, Nikki Haley will not be speaking. Donald Trump will be speaking later tonight. Nikki Haley will not be speaking. We do have a live shot of Mar-a-Lago that we will bring to you right now. There's the live shot. Okay. We are ready to rock. Again, ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure, we do these from the studio because it is very hard to do live shots, to do anything other than this, right? Until Donald Trump speaks. So you can see Mar-a-Lago is popping, rocking, and rolling. We know for a fact a couple of our friends are there. Marjorie Taylor Greene is there. Posted a selfie, being there, looking happy, dapper as ever. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue on with tonight's programming. Nikki Haley not giving a speech. Again, Nikki Haley not giving a speech. Donald Trump will be giving a speech, presumably when most of the states are called, although Alaska, I think, gets called at like 1 a.m. So we'll see. Here is Nikki Haley being openly opined on CNN. Will she win a single state? CNN asked.
4% of the vote, 3,601 votes. He's 456 votes ahead of Nikki Haley, who has 44.9% of the vote. Again, that's with only 10% of the vote in, but still, at some point, we're going to see whether Nikki Haley is able to even make one stand in Vermont this evening, because her campaign thought maybe she was going to be able to at least make a stand of some sort in Virginia. We've already called Virginia for Donald Trump.
And you just teed up the states where we'll get votes in the minutes and then hours ahead. You don't have to follow politics every day like we do to think you're not expecting Nikki Haley to beat Donald Trump in Oklahoma. You're not expecting Nikki Haley to beat Donald Trump in Alabama. You're not expecting Nikki Haley to beat Donald Trump in Tennessee. So the question is, can she do anything tonight, again, to convince her donors it's worth staying on another Tuesday or another couple months and the like? At the moment, you see nothing. So you go back and look at the Vermont votes just again since you were here. No updates since you were here. You're watching a very tiny amount come in. You need them up in Burlington. You need them in Rutland. Montpelier is the state capital. Again, a more quirky state, a more independent-minded state, where, as you noted earlier, the Republican governor, who is no fan of Donald Trump, has endorsed Nikki Haley. The Republican senator, no fan of Donald Trump, Susan Collins, has endorsed her here in Maine. Does that matter anymore in politics? Is it enough? That's the big question, because one of the things, Donald Trump is now the Republican establishment. I think that's a fair statement, but he runs against that old Republican establishment. Anyone who had a title or was involved before he got here, he runs against them. And again, as you just look at the map and you pull it up, Jake, it's amazing. I just want to pop. We've already projected this, but you look at this, right? So we got a lot of votes to count still. We've projected this.
Only 2% of the vote is.
Only 10% of the votes in, you see? Nope. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump ready to roll. Here's what the map looks like as of right now. It is exactly 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, the one thing that is different here is that Maine has been called by the New York Times for Donald Trump. Okay? Vermont still hasn't been called. But we have Maine called here, Donald Trump sort of creating like a red wall across the country. You'll have like a solid from coast to coast. You could technically drive, I think, from coast to coast through Trump states by the end of the evening. Alabama has also been called for Donald Trump, but not reflected on this map. The maps do deviate. Here's where we are in the delegates. 420. Nice. Blaze it, Donald Trump. Blaze it. 420 for Donald Trump at this current moment, ladies and gentlemen. And nobody voting for Nikki Haley. Our meme masters inside of the company created something very special for us that shows exactly how the country will be treating Nikki Haley Tonight we believe. Screech. Yeah, I think the car will veer quite quickly in the other direction. Jason Miller is one of Donald Trump's chief architects for his campaign in 2016, 2020, and today. He is a senior advisor to Donald Trump, and he had this to say about Nikki Haley seconds ago at Mar-a-Lago, at that big party that Donald Trump is throwing right now that, of course, we are monitoring. Can we put up the live shot? You can see the live shot at Mar-a-Lago right now. This is live. There's no audio. There's just people sort of mingling and bopping around, chitting and chatting, waiting for Donald Trump to speak. When will Donald Trump speak? Presumably around in the 9 p.m. hour, when the vast majority of the last of the results come rolling in. Jason Miller at Mar-a-Lago seconds ago saying, this ain't about Nikki Haley anymore. She's done.
But this is much bigger than Nikki Haley. This is about beating Joe Biden in the fall. And with President Trump having such a commanding lead, now is the time that we need to come together. You look at state after state. We've had Virginia and North Carolina called already so far this evening, 13 more to go. This is the time to send the message, hey, Joe, you're fired.
Boom. So they are moving on. This is what we've been hearing from the Trump camp. Some of our favorite people inside the Trump camp chatting with us about like how the next week's going to go. And they are going to be moving to do a big event in Georgia. Big, massive general election event in Georgia. They're going to stop talking about Nikki Haley. They're just done. They're done with her after tonight. After tonight, what you're going to see here is Donald Trump. This will not go to 69. I don't think this will be 420-69. We'll see. You can't ever count it out. But what you'll see here is that you'll have Donald Trump at what has got to be over 1,000 delegates by the end of tonight. 1,100 approximately, between 1,000 and 1,100. That gets him really close to this number, which is, of course, winning a nomination. That's a winning nomination number of delegates, right? And so you'll have Donald Trump just within the cresting the mountaintop of winning all of the delegates in order to be the Republican presidential nominee, like officially, right? And this will be happening at a very fast pace. In fact, if you look at the calendar and you look at the maps, this might happen by next Tuesday. So we may be popping bottles, ladies and gentlemen. Next Tuesday, we shall see. Rolls-Royce is already cringing. He doesn't want to have to figure out how to do a balloon drop inside the studio. We will do it. We shall do it, ladies and gentlemen. Unless, of course, Donald Trump accepts our invitation to come on the show live, and then we might play him this hilarious clip from Harris Faulkner. Here's Harris Faulkner talking to Nikki Haley on Fox News. Now, Fox News has been pretty nice to Nikki Haley. Fox News has used their platform, right, to have a kind of love-hate relationship with Donald Trump. Play footsie with Donald Trump under the table, okay? You better not incite anything in us, Donald Trump, okay? They banned Donald Trump for 100 days, you might recall. But, man, Fox has been pretty brutal with Nikki. Nikki's gotten some massive fact checks live by Fox News hosts. Like, for instance, when they quite literally bodied Nikki Haley on camera, here is Harris Faulkner.
How do you win your first state?
I mean, it's amazing to say I haven't won a state yet. You've only had 3 states that have voted.
Well, it's not amazing.
We need to
South
go
Carolina's winner take all.
It's not amazing. Here are all the states. You haven't won any states. What do you mean? It's amazing. They haven't won a state yet. You haven't won a state. What are you talking about, lady? You haven't. I don't get it. This is like Hillary Clinton math. She did win the District of Columbia, which isn't a real place, right? So that's fine, but that's not real. It's not a state. Still not wrong. Still not wrong. Hey, boys, I want to get that Charles Payne clip where he rolls Nikki Haley. Load that one up, please. Harris Faulkner wasn't done calling out Nikki Haley for lying about the president who accelerated her career, under whom she served as the United Nations ambassador.
At 9/11.
Ambassador,
Let's be
I
careful.
understand that you take it that way and that's what you heard. And we'll have to see how all of this plays out. This president didn't have an invasion by Putin on his watch, the only one in recent presidents. So there is that to be said about it.
Fox News going in hard, defending Donald Trump. And Nikki Haley, again, like not having a good one over there. She viewed maybe Fox as like a safe space. Wasn't a safe space. Not a safe space. Charles Payne brought the pain to Nikki Haley. Charles Payne told Nikki Haley to her face that she is losing to Donald Trump by a gazillion miles. And that's a quote. We are prone to loquacious vocabulary and words on this program, but I am not exaggerating. Charles Payne literally bodying Nikki Haley to her face live on Fox.
It is sort of ironic, though, Ambassador, that you are trolling President Trump by a gazillion miles, and you're quoting polls.
I love it. I can't help it. Can't help it. Nikki Haley did tweet just the other day, 12 fellas down, 1 to go. Come on. Like, really? Do you need attention that bad? It just seems like she's a glutton for punishment, to be quite honest with you. Nikki Haley, the reason why we go so hard at Nikki Haley, it's nothing, I guess, personal, right? It's that we despise her policies. We despise what she stands for. We went to Nikki Haley's hometown. Let's load that up, actually. We were just in Nikki Haley's hometown, in Bainburg, South Carolina. Shocked at what we found when we got there. We were disgusted, quite frankly. Nikki Haley's policies, of course, have destroyed her little hometown. She often is so super critical of her hometown, calls it a racist place, an awful place. It's actually a sweet, beautiful southern little town. That's really nice. And so cretinous and so evil of Nikki Haley to like use these people as scapegoats. It's terrible. But it seems like Nikki Haley will be going down in total and complete defeat. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is loaded with both barrels. Again, this has been a great week for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been bolstered in a way that shocked us, quite frankly. We're optimists on this program, right? We were like, yeah, Supreme Court, but do we really think it was going to be 9-0? 9-0. Boom. Everything has collapsed. Boys, I also want I want Fannie Willis, Nathan Wade clip. Let's get that rolling too. I think this is a good one. Donald Trump in rare form. Even some of the Trump haters have had to swallow their words and to say that this man has never been more powerful, never seemed more powerful. Andrew McCarthy is one of those guys, correspondent on Fox. He's a really smart dude, right? But he's not a bad guy. But Andrew McCarthy is like, yo, listen, Donald Trump's got legal ammunition now. Every case that has been brought against the guy is gone down in flames. It's finished. It's done. It's over. And the weeping and the gnashing of teeth and the lamentation of their women is to be heard from the Democrat National Committee building in Washington, D.C. And it does seem as though things are looking up. And that's why we are particularly triumphant and excited tonight. Here is Andy McCarthy on Fox just moments ago talking about Donald Trump's like massive legal landscape for victories and how Democrats will not be able to get their result by 2024 and certainly won't be getting their result on election night 2024.
New York trial that you got to get through. And the Trump team has sent a blistering letter to Alvin Bragg up there saying you're proceeding with all of these trials and these things like Alan Weisselberg being in court again with a plea deal this week. And yet, in their words, you are allowing people guilty of brutal attacks on law enforcement and murderers to just roam the city free.
Well, look, he's in a political battle as much as a legal one, and he's fighting it that way. And he's got a lot of ammunition with Alvin Bragg, who is the paragon progressive prosecutor and who does have a well-deserved reputation in New York for minimizing the number of cases they take and then taking the cases they have and pleading them down. Contrast this with the 76-year-old nonviolent Weisselberg, who he has now prosecuted twice in 18 months and is about to put in, I guess, Rikers Island for another 5 months.
So jury selection starts, we think, on the 25th. Jonathan, how well do you think that's going to go for the former president, who so far has not found New York's court system to be very friendly for him?
It's not very friendly, and it's a nightmarish jury pool, only rivaled by Washington, D.C., which he will also face with a special counsel. And, the fact is that even a hung jury in New York is quite an effort for the defense in a case like this. But Bragg is continuing to just pull out the stops. We just saw that in this case with the objections in the letter, that you get the feeling that he's running out and shooting the wounded before he gets to Trump. And the question is, at what point does a modicum of restraint kick in on any of this? But I think that the Bragg prosecution is the most flawed and questionable of all the cases. And I would be surprised if it could withstand appellate review.
All right, gentlemen, much more to discuss throughout the night. We'll get to more legal terms.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very excited to pop back on here and announce that Donald Trump has won having way too much fun with this. Arkansas, the great state of Arkansas, a winner for Donald Trump. Can we get some Sarah Sanders clips loaded up? I want to rock and roll with Sarah Sanders. Let's get some Sarah Sanders, some classic Sarah Sanders clips. Sarah Sanders is, of course, the sweet, wonderful governor of Arkansas now, and she is doing an amazing job there. She's low key, right? She's like focused on her job, and she's serving the people of her state, and she's doing an incredible job, ladies and gentlemen. She's, I would argue, without question, one of the top 2 or 3 governors in the country. Again, she's low profile. I think she wants to put her head down and actually do the job. She's quite aware that she's famous for what she did in the Trump administration, which was regularly take the back of her hand and smack around some of the Jim Acostas of the world. But ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very excited to see what Sarah Sanders' future is. She's endorsed Donald Trump. She's appeared with Donald Trump at some rallies, and she's ready to go. This is very, very exciting times. Arkansas for Donald Trump. Here is the map right now. Arkansas for Donald Trump. Rockin' and rolling. They called it. Boom. Shaka blaka. So we have Texas, which has votes that are in. 40% in. Goodness gracious. Look at Donald Trump. Why haven't they called Texas yet? You guys seeing these? You see these numbers? Look at it. Look at this. Zoom in here a little bit. Donald Trump beating Nikki Haley by 50 points in Texas. It's called a schlogging. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really brutality at this point. Call Texas. Just be done with it. Be done with it. Call Texas. It's over. The goose is cooked. Here is the breaking delegate update from our weepy friends at CNN as they bite down very, very hard on the rubber ball gags that they have in their mouths. They do their very best. The bite stick, right? Like you gotta hide the pain. You gotta swallow the pain. Okay, we gotta report that Donald Trump has 420-69 delegates right now. I don't know. That might be mathematically off. Let's check.
Well, we're also tracking delegates here tonight, Jake, and I got to tell you, one place that Nikki Haley is not getting anything is in the realm of delegates tonight. There are 865 delegates at stake tonight on this Super Tuesday in the Republican contest. We have been able to allocate 109 delegates so far, all to Donald Trump. Nikki Haley, 0 delegates so far tonight. This could be the story of the night. Donald Trump stretching his delegate lead to an almost insurmountable place. So far, 109 tonight. Look at now where his totals are to date in this contest. You need 1,215 delegates to become the Republican presidential nominee. Donald Trump, 385 now. Nikki Haley, way back at 43. That is going to be the key metric to watch all night long, Jake.
All right, David Giant, let's look at the vote board here, the magic wall. What are you looking at right now?
It would take a very magic wall. It would take all the magic and Gandalf's staff. Not an inciting an erection joke. Not an inciting an erection joke. It would take all the magic in Harry Potter's wand in order for Nikki Haley to pull something off here. I mean, I'm sorry, we don't see it. We will explain to you why. Okay, Donald Trump, 468. There we go. We will explain to you why we dislike Nikki Haley, and it has everything to do with the fact that we went to her hometown. We asked the people in her hometown, like who have been smeared and slandered by her as evil, vicious, vile racists, what they think of her. Like, hey, okay, so Nikki Haley says, I was raised in a racist town. So the best thing to do is to go to that town and say, are you a racist? Right? And like to check it. Yeah, are you a racist? So that's what we did. We wandered through there. It's actually a majority black town, Bamberg, South Carolina. So it made for some curious interactions. But what we actually found was a group of sweet people who were really kind and who were quite lovely and deserve much better. And we also found something quite horrifying. We found the reality of Nikki Haley's policies on that sweet little town, which were truly, truly broken. The town of Bamberg, South Carolina was like devastated. Potholes everywhere, buildings falling in, businesses going out of business like crazy, houses literally in collapse. Nikki Haley's foreign policy, of course, puts billions of dollars into Ukraine and not into places like her hometown. America First would do the opposite, ladies and gentlemen. And I think people know. Nikki Haley's never come back to help you? No! Welcome to Bamberg, South Carolina, Nikki Haley's hometown. Nikki Haley talks a lot about Bamberg. Typically not good things. She says this place is a horrible, racist place where she was treated racistly her entire upbringing.
We were the only Indian family in our small southern town. I was teased every day for being brown, on how hard it was to grow up in the deep South as a brown girl.
You sure about that? We're here to find out if the people of Bamberg are racists and if they support Donald Trump or Nikki Haley's globalist policies that really steal and destroy from a place like this. Little, small American towns are the heartbeat of this nation. We're going to find out today. Let's go. Nikki Haley often says that this is a place where she was treated very racistly, that people were very mean to her, and she's the victim. Have you seen anything like that? Are you a racist?
No, sir. No, sir.
Nikki Haley go flip-flop. 1 minute is this, 1 minute is that. We already know what the situation is in this city right here. It's pretty decent. Folks that I know are pretty decent.
People are really nice to us.
Everybody that brings to football is really nice.
Nikki Haley on the campaign, she regularly talks about how growing up here, she was treated so racistly, and people were so mean to her because of her race here. Have you experienced any of that in Bamberg? I haven't. People seem really nice here, actually. Yeah. Nikki Haley has been out on the trail, on the campaign trail, saying that when she was raised here, she was treated all racistly, and everyone was so mean to her.
She was treated racist. She treated us racist. No, Nikki Haley.
That's an interesting.
One more thing. Let me tell you something. She didn't give no black people nothing. The man is nothing. Fine.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you'd be amazed at how many of those people actually wanted Donald Trump. You'd be amazed at the number of people who are like, Trump's who I want, actually. Like, that's my guy. That's my boy. Donald Trump. This is Nikki Haley's hometown. Nobody likes Nikki Haley. Again, don't make me hit the button. Here we go. Don't make me hit the button. This is America tonight, okay? So, Nikki Haley go down in flames. Joe Biden may be facing also a bit of a stiff night, let's just call it. Joe Biden, as we have covered, is facing a apoplectic collapse across the board of supporters. Joe Biden is having a very, very hard time unifying his own party. Joe Biden is getting roasted by Barack Obama's campaign architect. Like the people, I'm not going to call them geniuses, but the people who are quite literally behind Barack Obama's 2 terms as president. David Axelrod, chiefly among them, the chief strategist for Barack Obama, is all up on CNN moments ago, being like, "Hey guys, I think Joe Biden is not in a good spot." His critique is that Joe Biden is not able to unify his party. Earlier on, we played you AOC getting just absolutely mugged in downtown New York. And now we have the Obama architect up on CNN being like, "Hey guys, we don't have any chance. Joe Biden can't create any type of unity, and every single demographic that votes for us is now breaking for DJT." Here we go. David Axelrod speaking doom to the Democrat Party. Oh, it is just delicious. It's so delicious. Salt if you got them.
Look, use the ballot, not ballot bans. Use the people, not prosecutors. That was a conciliatory general election speech. If he can keep doing that, I think he's got a real
he said
shot.
Today on Fox News, we need to unify the party, and among independents, Biden is seen as unifying the country. 20% mostly succeeded, 75% mostly failed. It's Trump saying this morning on Fox News, Nick, I hope that we can unify the party.
Can I just look at the New York Times Siena poll? Okay, of those who voted in 2020 for Trump, 97% intend to support him this year. 97%. What's left over there is what, I don't know, the Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney, John McCain, may he rest his soul in peace kind of thing. When you look at the Democratic side of those voted for Joe Biden in 2020, only 83% intend to vote for him, according to the Times Siena poll. So I would suggest that Mr. Biden has a bigger problem unifying his party than Mr. Trump does. And as Trump goes into this working class coalition, which is African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, even women, even young people now, I think he's the one that's encroaching into Democratic territory.
10% of that Biden vote said they want to support Trump. Yes, 10% of them.
Well, we're going to make some calls. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the Oklahoma.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to forgive me. I misread our production notes there. We are getting you David Axelrod on CNN, dooming in just a moment. That, of course, was Fox News pundits, some of them working for Donald Trump or worked for Donald Trump, Larry Kudlow, and Kellyanne Conway, saying Joe Biden also cannot unify his party. We'll get you David Axelrod. 2 Obama alums, David Axelrod and Van Jones, both saying, yeah, we're finished. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news out of the state of Massachusetts, and we have a very special guest joining us from the state of Massachusetts. Let's go, Donald Trump! Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is ALX, the great ALX. Find him at ALX. Look at that sharp hat. You're looking good, man.
Thank you, and I've got my nice mugshot tee on. I went and voted at 7:30 this morning, and yep, voted for Trump, and it paid off, it looks like. I mean, this was one of the states that Haley thought she might have had a chance in. It was this and Vermont and possibly Maine, but 2 out of the 3 have already been called for Trump. I haven't seen the latest numbers out of Vermont, but that was the kind of her best bet tonight, I think. But it looked a little closer in Massachusetts earlier, but I think it looks like a 2,000 point lead for Trump at the moment in Massachusetts. And they called it at that. So honestly, like I've told you this before, but Massachusetts is obviously liberal, but the conservatives here are like ultra conservative. The ones that are here are Trump voters. And we saw that in 2016 in the primary as well, because he won by a landslide in 2016 originally as well.
Trump took one, like your old like T-ball coach, and brought him up on stage in New Hampshire, right?
High school baseball coach, but yes. So he is one of the police union VPs. So it's like the New England police union. So that's why he was up in New Hampshire, because it encompasses, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. So, we're all kind of close. So yeah, he was up on stage making the endorsement. I knew he was like a Trump guy, but like when I saw it, we were like live during it, and I'm watching. I'm like, that's my baseball coach, and he's up there introducing Trump, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy's got to be like over the moon right now. It was so funny.
So you got to be like pretty hardcore to live in Massachusetts. I mean, if you're a Republican living in that state, you've clearly Trump's your guy and all. You got to be generally working class. What do people typically think in Massachusetts as Trump voters? I mean, are they like saying we gotta eventually go to Florida? What's generally the vibe?
It's kind of weird though around here. So where I live is central Massachusetts in the city. It's called Worcester, but in Worcester County, there's all these surrounding like towns, and if you look at the map, they're all red, like the suburbs and just like more rural parts of the state are all red. It's just the cities, kind of just like our country in general. The blue specks. It's like the city of Worcester, Boston, Springfield. All of these big cities are all blue, but everywhere else is red. So it's like you go 20 minutes outside of the city and you'll see Trump signs or Trump flags, like full on houses. I've seen like multiple of them just decked out in Trump gear. So, I mean, that's really the issue there. It's like outside of the cities, it's generally like conservative towns. So I guess it's kind of those communities that are kind of, I wouldn't say governing themselves, because obviously the state government is, overly liberal, but like the more local governments are more conservative. And, that's the struggle of living in states like this. But like myself, it's just like hard to leave family and all of that type of stuff. So it's hard to just like pick up and go to a like the nearest red state. I don't even know what you'd call probably the nearest red state would be maybe Virginia. Hampshire's weird. Yeah, so that's really the struggle there, but it's mainly just the cities that are blue.
We live in it's a red country, right? There's a single county in Illinois that allows the state to be one for Democrats. A single county, Cook County, where traffic cops are allowed to essentially declare that Donald Trump's not able to run for president. There's a single county. It's like the entire country is a red country with blue specks and blue dots. The country is for Donald Trump. But now you are seeing, like on screen, it looks like the entire country will vote for Donald Trump. Nikki Haley have a chance, ALX? You're a big-time data guy. Does she have a chance to win a single state tonight?
Mathematically, she doesn't have a chance overall, but her best chance is probably Vermont. I don't even think she's going to win Vermont, but that's her best chance tonight. And like I said, the other ones were Maine and Massachusetts were her other two that were questionable going into this, and two of them have already been called for Trump. So if it's anything, Vermont, but I don't think she'll win it.
So is there and there is clearly no path forward for Nikki Haley. So what's the play here? Is she going to run no labels? Is she going to run like a shadow campaign against Trump? You have the people on MSNBC fetishizing. We'll play a few clips, but you have them then fetishizing, begging Nikki Haley to not drop out. Please don't drop out.
It's really interesting because she'll go on. Oh, she won't go on stage tonight. We learned that earlier. But the last time she went on stage and made that point, she's like, I know I didn't win, but I promised, and I'm a woman of my word, that I wouldn't drop out no matter what tonight. It's like, okay, the voters are sending you a message and you're not receiving it. So who are you running for is really the question. But I don't think she'll drop out tonight. She might drop out when it's mathematically impossible, which will probably be in the next couple weeks. But
yes,
at that point, you just gotta chalk it up to either she's delusional or the real reason she's in it is she's waiting for Trump to go to jail or something to happen so she can swoop in and take over. But I don't think that would happen regardless. But that's got to be her only thing in her head is, if she's not delusional, which I think she is, that she's thinking that Trump could get locked up or something, and she'll just swoop in. But I mean, she should have dropped out after Iowa, honestly, after she claimed victory of coming in third place. So it's
like graveyard robbing, right? It's like it really. She's like sitting there. She's like a vulture in a graveyard, like hoping that something bad happens to Donald Trump, right? Hoping that somebody puts Donald Trump in jail. Please. It's grotesque. I mean, it's sick. It's immoral, but it's also like, it's also grotesque. It's like horrible. How can you call yourself a Republican ever again? Do you think that she's completely destroyed herself with the Republican base forever?
Yeah, I think so. I remember Trump made that announcement after DeSantis dropped out. He said that anybody from this point forward, like supporting Nikki Haley, is like persona non grata in MAGA, because it's like the point of no return. It's like even DeSantis, who did not seem like he was going to drop out, like dropped out. And at that point, he's like, okay, she's the only opponent right now. And she's made it clear that she's just going to run to be the anti-Trump candidate. And she keeps saying, oh, well, people are voting for me. So that shows that some people don't like Trump. But as we've seen too, like a lot of these open primaries, in Massachusetts is an open primary. A lot of these open primaries, Democrats are voting for. And then we had another example today on camera of them saying, I don't want to vote for her in a general election. I'm voting Democrat in a general election. So that's further how she's delusional. She keeps saying these Republican voters are rejecting Trump, but a lot of them are Democrats. So, I mean, it's just feeding into her delusion.
Ladies and gentlemen, I interrupt the profound words of the great ALX to bring you glorious news. Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has won Texas. Let's go. A big yeehaw. Was that a rap horn? Was that a rap horn, Rolls Royce? A big yeehaw from the state of Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump with 45% in. Those are some numbers right there. ALX, check that out.
It's interesting to me that it takes them that long to call Texas, like 75 to 19%, but like the Arkansas call was like on the second when 0% were in. So I'd like to know like who's making these decisions to call these races, because it's like that's insurmountable with 45% in, and we've been watching Texas and we're like, when are they going to call this? And then meanwhile Arkansas, it's like polls are closing in 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes are up. It's like Arkansas has been called at 8:30. So I don't know how they make these calls, but yeah, we kind of expected Texas to go to Trump.
Yeah, Ted Cruz also has won a Senate primary for the great state of Texas. We also, ladies and gentlemen, have another announcement. Very important. Donald Trump has won. Donald Trump has been announced the winner of the Colorado Republican primary just seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen. Is this a surprise, ALX?
Nope, I don't think it's a surprise. I do think it's a surprise for Ms. Griswold, who wanted him off the ballot. But
yes,
I don't think it's I don't think it's a surprise. You know, Ken Buck was probably the only anti-Trump person there, and he's not even running anymore. Lauren Boebert's running in his district, but his district is a pro-Trump district as well. Most of the district, if you look at the map, all voted for Trump. So that's why, like in when they're talking about supporting Trump or not, and in the speaker fight and all of these other things, Ken Buck was getting, he kept being his like anti-Trump vote, and he's saying, "Oh, we're not gonna support Trump in this or whatever." And he was going to get primaried, I think, because there's a broad support of Trump in Colorado.
So you do have the psychotic Secretary of State in Colorado. Let's grab that clip, boys. The Secretary of State in Colorado, like mewling and whining and bitching and moaning when the Supreme Court said that you have behaved illegally. She went on TV to say the most terrifying message that any lib could ever hear, which is it's up to the voters now to decide who they want as their president.
Yeah, it's almost as if everyone has been saying, I just dropped in there. It's almost as if everyone has been saying that, and they said it in the Supreme Court ruling. It's like, that's the job of the people to decide. Why should one unelected person in any state decide for the people that they can't vote for these people? So the fact that she's just saying it on air as if it's a bad thing just shows how far they've gone, while they all cry about how everyone's a danger to democracy, quote unquote democracy that we don't have, and that it's such a bad thing that the voters can vote for the most popular president.
Yes, horrifying that from the party that wishes to tell us that in order to defend democracy, they must rip people off the ballot, and we are not allowed to vote for them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clip of the Colorado Secretary of State. Royce, let's rock and roll. Come on, man. Let's go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Colorado Secretary of State saying, we are so sorry to report to you that now you are allowed to choose the president of the United States.
My larger reaction is disappointment. I do believe that states should be able, under our Constitution, to bar oath-breaking insurrectionists. And ultimately, this decision leaves open the door for Congress to act to pass authorizing legislation. But we know that Congress is a nearly non-functioning body. So ultimately, it will be up to the American voters to save our democracy in November.
So that's there's a couple things, like physiognomy remains undefeated. Whenever you see eyes like kind of the unblinking, like look, like never, like you always know, right?
That's the back away sign. Back away.
How do they sell this to the American people? Like a couple things. It is kind of remarkable to me that they have raged about the Supreme Court and their devastating 9-0 decision, and saying that the Supreme Court is interfering in democracy, yet the Supreme Court wouldn't have had to intercede if batshit crazy Democrats weren't trying to rip Americans off the ballot who have a right to run for president. It does seem like the dog chasing his tail.
Yeah, and one of the other things, too, I will note that a month ago when the Supreme Court didn't rule 9-0, but they did rule that the Biden administration could rip down the razor wire, like securing our border. Everyone on the left was saying, oh, the Supreme Court ruled it. It's final. If you oppose it, you're opposing the law. And then when they come out with a 9-0 decision, you have people calling Obama and Biden, judges. Oh, those are MAGA judges, and this is like the job of MAGA, or they're doing the bidding of MAGA. It's like, okay, these people were nominated by Obama and Biden, so they make a unanimous decision, and all of a sudden you're rejecting it, and you're supporting some other decision where they're saying that the Biden administration could take the razor wire that's securing our border off of the border, and you're celebrating that. And if anybody opposes that, they're opposing, but they like reject this unanimous ruling. It's just insane. And then her point too, taking insurrectionists off the ballot. He hasn't been charged with insurrection. It wasn't an insurrection. My point to that would be, and I posted this long ago, right when the petition was filed. If you're going to overthrow the most powerful military in the world, wouldn't you think you'd be armed? They weren't armed. So in order for it to be like an insurrection, you'd have to be like have people being armed. And then again, like we've made this point, the only shots that were fired were from Capitol Police to a unarmed Trump supporter. So where was the insurrection? There was no insurrection that day. So how could Trump be an insurrectionist? So,
well, you know, it's interesting word games that they play, because these days, and we've been following this very closely, ALX, and obviously you and I work hand in glove, and we have for years to put the show together. They have been using word games. Now they are no longer calling it an insurrection; they're calling it an erection. And you know, I think they are. I think they are. I think they're trying. They're trying to move away. This is something that's actually quite fascinating that we didn't really cover. That I read Victor Davis Hanson the other day. It's like, you realize now that the Supreme Court's decided there wasn't an insurrection. That's what this is. This is like effectively the Supreme Court saying there was no insurrection. Donald Trump went on trial. He was acquitted. The Supreme Court affirms that and affirms Congress's capacity to say it. So the Supreme Court has now decided, right? So the narrative is now officially vaporized. Now it's gone. Now it's like officially gone. They have thrown everything. They have thrown everything that they possibly could throw at Donald Trump. Martha McCallum essentially saying all the arrows in the quiver have been fired at Trump, and none of them have hit. You come for the king, you best not miss. Fox News now admitting the Get Trump has been a failure.
We're here, Moms for Liberty. A lot of different types of Trump supporters are here, really supporting the president. The crowd is jubilant. There they go again, very excited. Now they're cheering for us, I guess. I was able to ask if there is alcohol here, and there is. There is a cash bar, though. There is a cash bar, and I was able to ask the campaign if they're going to maybe pop some champagne later tonight. They said they'd get back to me. Back to you guys.
That's good. Well, at least they're watching the right channel.
Well, yeah, and they obviously have a lot to celebrate even so far tonight as we wait for some more states to come in. Let's bring in Sean Hannity. Sean, good to have you with us. You know, it is remarkable, Sean, on this Super Tuesday, when you look back over the last several years and all of the times that many, many people looked at this situation and did not see the incredible resilience of Donald Trump, of this political figure, and his extraordinary commitment to doing this over again, despite the fact that every arrow in the quiver had been thrown and fired at him over and over and over.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you heard there is the Donald Trump victory rally in Mar-a-Lago. We actually have a live shot of that right now. Somebody who was just in Mar-a-Lago, somebody that just celebrated in Mar-a-Lago, inside of, I believe, this very same room, who's fresh off of a victory. You can see everyone there like waving and smiling at the camera, is a producer. There's a MAGA person. A producer for our show and our program, the great David Leatherwood, who can tell us what the mood is like in the room right now. David, welcome to the program.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man? Everyone's
Yeah,
got MAGA.
you got the Save America. I've got the MAGA.
Yeah.
Everyone's got their MAGA drip. Is anyone wearing Trump shoes?
No, I
haven't
wish.
done the shoes yet.
Yeah.
So, David, you were just in this room. You were at Mar-a-Lago for a celebration, I think like a day or two ago. Tell me about it.
So I was actually at the happiest wedding you've ever been to at Mar-a-Lago. And it actually was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you know, I've been to a lot of great weddings before, but a wedding in Mar-a-Lago there's nothing like it. And Tony Bennett's son actually did all the music. So it was just stunning.
What it does sound like it's a raucous event tonight. You are seeing a live shot from Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump's gonna hop up and speak here. We're not exactly sure when that's going to happen, but we have signals from his campaign that it will happen quite soon. David, what do you expect? What do you expect the president to say tonight?
Well, you know, a few years ago, he warned us all. He said, we're going to win so much, you're going to get tired of winning. And that's kind of how it feels right now, because it's brutal, honestly. And it's brutal for Nikki Haley to just watch this slaughter. I mean, the winning is so much. But I do think what we've heard is that he's ready to shift his focus to the general, right? And one thing that I love that I'm already hearing him say is too big to rig. And I think when we look back at 2020, we were kind of in a very similar spot where Trump was dominating, his support was overwhelming, and it feels eerily similar to that. But we all remember 2020. That's when they unleashed the bioweapon on the world and all chaos ensued. And so I feel like in this moment, it's kind of like, what's going to happen next? And I think Trump is going to start setting the stage for the next kind of era of this election.
Yeah, so that's going to be general election Donald Trump. And we've seen that energy from Donald Trump taking full front stage this weekend. Donald Trump had that 2016, 2020 energy back. It's something I think maybe I've never seen before. ALX, you and I just went to a Trump rally in South Carolina. It was just rocking. What's your major takeaways from that rally?
So I noticed he's pulling a lot of his classic go-to stories and his lines that he was talking about the windmills. So he's going back to his roots of, the off-the-cuff speeches. And yeah, the energy, like me and you were talking, I'm like, this is like 2015, 2016. You made the point, you're like, it feels bigger than that at this point. Like we saw the line outside. I don't think I've ever seen a line that long I've been in my fair share of Trump rallies, but that was a long line. We ran it and it was like a 5-minute clip and then we sped it up into like 30 seconds, but like it was so long of a line. And then they got them in there pretty quickly as well, and then packed that stadium. But yeah, we're seeing the tone shift to more of a general election focus, and I think that's what we're going to see more of after tonight. But I do like his off the cuff, kind of raw 2015 energy, and he's going more like harder on illegal immigration, which was kind of where he started his campaign in 2015. So we're seeing a lot of that type of rhetoric again. So that's where I think he's going to get a lot of the crossover voters too, like the independent voters, because they've seen this crisis on our border. Like people like Elon Musk, that's one of the raw issues. They're seeing these, people sleeping at airports, all these camps, and then people in Massachusetts, hey, take in these migrants if you can or whatever, and then the next day they're on their doorstep within the hour. So like that type of stuff, people are saying these policies are ruining cities, and at this point you're complicit in an invasion if you don't vote for Trump.
Yes. So I would highly recommend this. If you ever get a chance to go to a Trump rally live, do so. If you get a chance to go with ALX, please consider it done. You must go, because what you'll have if you go with ALX, who watches every Trump speech live, and who's probably seen ALX. Do you think you've seen over 1,000 Trump speeches live now?
I would say so. Yeah.
What you'll have there is you'll have sort of a play-by-play of what Trump's about to say before he says it, and it's really special. Donald Trump was going funny, F-A-N-I, funny, and ALX was like quoting him before he even says it, because ALX knows the speeches. But I don't think anyone could have predicted what Donald Trump said this weekend when he was talking about Nathan Wade and his experience. I think here's the energy that we're talking about. David, you're a particularly hilarious individual. You love a good joke. I want to get your take on this clip.
I was indicted by Fannie in Georgia. Fannie. How did that work out? And her lover, Nathan Wade. And they hired him for almost $1 million because of his great experience. Of course, he didn't have any experience. He had experience in something else. You know that. A lot of experience. And at that, I'm quite sure he was very good, based on the fact that she called him 2,000 times. I didn't know the gentleman. I didn't know him. Oh, you have 2,000 phone calls, 3,500 text messages. How is it possible? In a short, I know a lot of people, we like a lot of people, I happen to have a very good relationship with a woman called Melania. But I would venture to say in all the years that I've known her, I might not have called her 2,500 times. I know I didn't send 3,500 text messages.
Okay, all right. This clip went thermonuclear. This is vintage Donald Trump. David, what say you?
Well, listen, when you have a joke, from Donald Trump about Nathan, pounding Big Fanny, and he does the hand movement, it just doesn't get better than that,
Yeah.
Fanny, you are famously known for your fanny puns. Like, I'd say this channel has the best fanny puns, hands down. But, this is the energy that we love. And the other thing, too, to note is that that's not scripted, right? That it's not like that's in the teleprompter and Donald Trump is like, oh, insert joke about Fanny. No, this is who he is. This is his character. It's the man that we've grown to love. And part of the reason why we love it is because it's hilarious. It's just, and this man riffs. I mean, they want to talk about mental acuity, and we obviously see the cognitive decline with Biden. Biden cannot make these jokes. He cannot go up there and riff with the people and get the crowd laughing in the same way that Trump can so easily. And I know, like, I haven't been to 1,000 Trump speeches, but I've seen a few, and that man just goes on. They'll say, oh, he's going to speak for 45 minutes, and he'll go on for an hour and a half. And by the end of it, I mean, I remember one time in Miami just soaking wet, and he just stayed up there. He just kept talking. And
I think Danny might have been at that rally.
Yeah, I mean, it's Trump in his prime, and we love to see it.
Yeah, it does seem like we were witnessing something quite historic. ALX, your take on Donald Trump's esprit de corps, right, at these speeches? Because it does seem like he's what we've heard from his team is that he's a guy who just absorbs energy. So we keep asking, ALX and I keep asking the people who are about as close as you can get to Donald Trump, who's going to pick for vice president? What's this decision? What's that decision? We always get a similar response back, right? The man absorbs the energy of the moment. He tests and he feels the water. He's willing and able to change his opinions. And he's the guy who lives off of that rolling energy. And it seems like he's really bringing that to the trail, right, ALX?
Yeah, for sure. And then one of the other things I'll say about what you just said about connecting with the audience and absorbing energy is he will riff off of the audience. Like, if the audience says something, he'll point to them and say yes, and then repeat what they said and then riff off of it. Or like you see Brick Suit or the Front Row Joes and all of the people, he'll go and look them in the eyes, address them, bring them on stage sometime, and change his quote unquote speech, what other politicians would call a speech. But again, he's going off the cuff and start riffing on whatever someone in the audience was talking about. So yeah, he feeds off of the audience. It's like a in real life poll test, because they'll say something and they'll say, these people care about X issue, and he'll repeat it and then go and riff on it. So he kind of poll tests what plays with the audience. If if he has a big applause line or whatever, he'll keep going on that issue. So yes, he's very responsive to the audience. He loves making all of those jokes, and when he gets his applause lines, he'll continue down those paths. But yeah, that's 100% not like any other politician. And I heard some news before we went live that a very special someone may have or may not have been in Florida talking to Donald Trump this weekend about other issues and maybe VP and whatnot. But it seems like Elon Musk and Trump had a little meeting this weekend.
Wait, what? Really? Is Trump going to choose Elon Musk as the VP? That would be the African American choice.
He couldn't,
by definition, right?
He couldn't just because he wasn't born here, but we know that.
Oh, is that so? That applies to the vice president as well. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. So
That's
Elon is a big supporter, as we've seen, of Vivek, He's done a few spaces with him, and he really likes Vivek. So if I were to guess that he would probably want Vivek as the vice president. And I think he said that publicly too, on X, that he wanted Vivek as a VP. So yeah, I think if they met, and it seems like they did this weekend, he's probably hearing it from him as well. And we heard Glenn Beck saying that Trump's hearing that a lot. So who knows? We'll see.
David, you're equally a guy that reads a lot of energy on the internet. You live and eat and breathe the internet and sort of the magosphere ecosystem. They seem to really be turning towards Vivek. I mean, am I wrong in that? Like, people, there's like a lot of groundswell of grassroots energy for Vivek to be VP.
So I think there's like still a tiny fraction of MAGA that just doesn't trust Vivek, but I think he won over the large majority. And I loved him from the beginning. I think people would love to see that. If for some reason he doesn't get his VP moment this term, I don't think that means we won't be seeing him again. Today, I actually heard a new name being floated that I never had even heard being floated before, and it was Lee Zeldin, actually, with all the talk of New York. And I'm just curious what you think about that, Benny, because it hadn't even occurred to me yet. And apparently Trump wants to make a big play in New York, and I do think if he was able to, turn New York red, that would be huge. I mean, I love Vivek. I would choose Vivek over Lee. It's just I never heard anybody mention Lee before. Thought it was kind of interesting.
He's perked up here and there. Obviously, he's a big Trump ally. But I don't see it. I don't see it. It's addition, not subtraction. So you want to be able to add something, and Vivek sort of brings a lot of dynamo qualities, and I wonder what Lee Zeldin adds. He doesn't currently hold office. New York, while I think that New York, it's going to be fun to watch Donald Trump campaign in New York, I don't see it. I think the state's corrupt. I think they have machines in New York, which is how you're able to get AOC. AOC is deeply unpopular. She still wins. They have machines that just turn out ballots. And so I don't see the addition. But we're not, I don't know. Elon Musk meeting with Trump. Now that's fascinating. So that happened, ALX?
Yep, reportedly that happened.
Wow.
Well, a little background there is I saw the two jets land within 10 minutes of each other. Who knew? I didn't know if there was a coincidence. This was Saturday night after one of the rallies. So 10 minutes of each other they landed. I'm like, that's interesting. But yeah, it's being reported now that they met. So,
any idea what they talked about?
No real reports about like their conversations, but like I said, if I were to guess, it would be about VP stuff, and I am fairly confident that Elon would be pushing Vivek, which I think would weigh very heavily in Trump's ear. Someone like Elon coming to him and saying Vivek, and like we said with Glenn Beck, he's hearing it from a lot of people. So if he's hearing it from a lot of people, and then Elon's coming in there and saying it, you've got to figure it. He's got to be, a pretty heavy weight on his decision making, I think.
Yeah. We owe Elon Musk a big debt of gratitude, particularly given the live stream tonight, where we are seeing just bombshell record viewership on X right now. I mean, it's amazing. We love you no matter where you are watching our program, but we really, frankly, enjoy the X platform quite a lot. Make sure while you're watching us there are 60,000 people currently watching live on X alone. So God bless Elon Musk. Make sure while you're there, you pop on over and follow the great ALX. Make sure that you also follow David Leatherwood and his Barbie background on his X account. And and that if you're watching right now, we just say thank you. We want to grow a community here, and we love the X platform. We are huge fans of the X platform and huge fans of you. So thank you again for making this a record-breaking evening for us.
Yeah.
And we, shout out to Elon Musk. Freaking awesome.
Huge night.
Amazing.
Yeah, huge night
amazing.
for live stream across the board.
Wow. Look at this. The breaking photo of who Elon Musk recommended as VP for Donald Trump. Really shocking. Nobody knew that this was going to happen. Straight out of left field.
Well, it's funny too, because 10 minutes after I posted that photo, they got the news of the new CEO. And I remember everyone texting me like, "Are you the new CEO?" Because it was like literally 10 minutes after I posted that picture, and I'm like, and also I remember before I went on that trip, you said, "Yes, you can go, but please don't leave me for Twitter CEO." So I'm like, Benny, I swear it's not me.
I was really worried that Alex would come. Listen, it's not worry. How can I be upset about such a thing? Alex and I have worked very, very hard to build up this little broadcast company here, and you're my boy. You're my boy, Blue, in the blue hoodie there. I couldn't say no though. I mean, if you had to go, it would be Elon's razor. It would be the most entertaining outcome if you did become Twitter CEO.
Yeah,
it would be Elon. It would, because you were banned obviously by Twitter 1.0, and then you would become Twitter. Then you'd become Twitter CEO. David, it would be the most entertaining outcome if you were cast in the new Barbie movie.
I was thinking maybe Magic Mike 3.
Okay. All right, boys. Do we got any states called, there's your state of Massachusetts right there, Alex. Look at you. Nice and red.
See, that's not even close. They thought it was going to be closer than that.
Nice and red, rolling through. Donald Trump by 20 points in Massachusetts. Rocking and rolling. Rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Vermont's within 3% right now, it looks like, with Trump ahead.
Okay, so that's going to be a relatively close one.
58% in.
We are seeing this fascinating thing, David, where Democrats are switching parties in these open primaries. They're rolling over and voting for Nikki, right? To sort of stir the pot, which seems unbelievably disingenuous. What a terrible way. What a guaranteed way that you're going to lose the general if that's the way you're campaigning with Democrat votes.
Well, the only states that Nikki, even Alex said earlier, had a fleeting chance were the states that had open primaries. And she still couldn't even pull it off in those states. She maybe got a little closer than in the other states, but it's just pathetic, honestly. And it just kind of puts a punctuation mark on that delusion that she's suffering from. And it's just so cringeworthy that she gets up there and she acts like she still has a chance. I mean, I was watching a video from MSNBC earlier. They were saying that the vibe and attitude from the Nikki Haley camp today was that of dancing on the Titanic. And it is just they're in this state of delusion that we all see from the outside, but she's just grinning and bearing it. And I don't know, if there's something else insidious at play, the reason why she's hanging on by a thread, or if she's really just clueless. But the only way that Nikki Haley is even standing a chance is Democrats voting for her. And that is not where you want to be when you're running as a Republican. I say, rhinos are Democrats in drag. So technically, Nikki Haley is a drag queen because she's pretending to be a Republican, and the only way she's getting votes is because Democrats are voting for her.
That is a matter of fact. Ironically, our great meme maker, Jerry, has provided the perfect meme for your metaphor there, saying that Nikki Haley is the last string on the Titanic. Well, we have that clip here. Oh. ladies and gentlemen, just a quick moment here. We are a news show and we got breaking news. It's going to shock you all. Donald Trump wins. Ladies and gentlemen, Minnesota has been called for Donald Trump. Minnesota! Amazing. Who's got the clip? Let's get the clip. Donald Trump popping it up with the graphic, and the smirk and the smug mug. Look at him go. Donald J. Trump wins Minnesota. Minnesota, let's put it in the category. No, hasn't been popped in the category yet. Look at Donald Trump by 50 points in Minnesota. Come on. Put him in there. Hey, Danny, get me the Minnesota clip. Get me the Minnesota clip, and then Danny D'Urbina will join the program. Danny is fresh out of some tests at school. For some reason, Danny still is in school. We're not exactly sure why. Seems like you better get a PhD by the time you're out of here, Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, Minnesota! Do we have the clip? We'll get the clip here. Oh, there it is. Fantastic.
I sent it. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Okay, let me know when we're... Okay, here we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. Donald Trump says, Minnesota! All right, okay. Good job. Danny, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
What's going on? These are the nights.
Yes, they are. Danny broadcasting live from an IKEA.
I actually broke into their showroom. I'm taking it hostage right now. I actually have a state to call right now, and that is Nikki Haley's campaign is currently in a state of despair. I mean, I'm looking at this map of absolute. You're not the only one with the dad jokes here, Benny. I'll take some for my own.
I'll take it. Please go in. I'll play memes. I'll play memes while you do.
You've read. Nikki Haley's campaign is going down in flames tonight.
That is correct, or maybe potentially going down into the icy waters of the Atlantic.
It's
maybe not in
pretty
flames.
Depressing for her when she wakes up tomorrow and she finds out she's actually the fellow she was tweeting about. She's the one that's left, and she was going down.
We have a meme team. Part of the reason to watch, ladies and gentlemen, is one, we have more fun than we think is legally possible on the internet, and we're really excited to do the show and have the program. And obviously, the team that we have here is we just have a lot of fun at work. But two, as far as I know, we're the only people with a full-time meme maker, so we can come up with memes like this on the fly. David? Is Donald Trump mopping the floor with Nikki Haley tonight?
No doubt.
Oh, did somebody just have a boomer moment? Whose phone just rang?
Not me.
Would have been me.
Oh, okay. That would be you.
Not
okay.
Me.
ALX,
I sort of
Donald Trump.
And I had the boomer moment.
Is Donald Trump going to mop the floor with Nikki Haley?
Yes, for
But hey, check out this mop I've got here. It's called the Smart Mop.
Okay.
But hey, check out the...
Enough. Sorry about that. I didn't actually. I thought that was a plebiscite. My apologies, boys. So, admittedly, I am a. There we go. Okay.
There we go.
I was trying to set somebody up for a dad joke. I was doing my best. All right. It does look like that, though. I mean, it does look like it. We got the Nikki Haley. This is fine. Everybody should go give Jerry a follow. Jerry makes really, really good memes. Ladies and gentlemen. Jerry, am I allowed to out your meme account? Send me the link. Yes, David.
Benny, you know how you make those shorts with the girls who say that they're only going to date a 6'4" super shredded guy who makes $500,000 a year, but every single time they're like some overweight slob and they're just like totally delusional. That's what I feel like Nikki Haley is tonight. She's just absolutely out of her mind, and she's just getting demolished.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got the official meme maker for the Benny Show at almost 10K. Come on, get on over there at DA Memes. Get on over there and let's get Jerry over 10,000 tonight. The man does great work. The man does great work. Donald Trump doing great work tonight. Here is the map. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead over to the New York Times. Okay, New York Times now filling in the states for Donald Trump. Look at that red wave. Look at that red wall. 53% in with Vermont, and it looks like Vermont might be, I don't know, a little bit of a nail biter here. Does Vermont matter, Danny?
I mean, at this point, I'm already tired of winning, but I would take Vermont also and just complete that red wall that's running through the country right now.
Look at that. Only a point separating them. Goodness. A point, wow. 66% says NBC News reporting. So there's a single point away. That would be relatively poetic that Nikki Haley wins possibly one of the most liberal states per capita in America.
Plus
a place where Bernie Sanders has like 3 houses. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then DC, which isn't a state, but I mean that would be the biggest like poetic justice if DC was the only place in the country that she won. That's it. Because that just speaks volumes.
We have some interesting volume here, ladies and gentlemen, from the Trump Mar-a-Lago party. We have the live footage here. Again, this is live. You can see some dorks jumping up and trying to get on the cameras. The ALX, I have no doubt that ALX and Danny know those guys, know exactly who they are.
I probably do know some of those people.
I've spotted a few people for this.
Well, that was honestly me in South Carolina. Like I was in like the live shot for NBC a couple times with Brick Suit in the background. So it was pretty funny.
So
boomer wave.
So give us the play-by-play, please, Danny. What we're going to hear from Donald Trump tonight, and do you have any indication as to when we will be hearing from Donald Trump tonight?
So I think Trump's going to come out there and pretty much just begin that new chapter. The general election, Trump's going to come out there. And I think this is really, he's been talking about this campaign as a rally cry. I think he's right. This week we saw a major victory in the Supreme Court, 9-0 decision, unanimous across the board, defending people's rights to vote for whoever they want and not allow lawfare to get in between the will of the voters and who they want their president to be. So I think he'll probably come out and talk about how tonight the voters, at least Republican voters, came out overwhelmingly and voted for Trump, and lawfare didn't have a say in that. And I think he's going to sort of lay out the agenda he's been laying out, which is America first. And obviously the border right now is playing a huge role into that. So I think he's going to really give more of a general campaign announcement speech.
So we've been seeing campaign Trump, obviously, because there's some really funny moments where he went after Chris Christie, right, with the buffet, and he obviously went after Ron DeSantis with the heels, and he's been sparring, right? He even took on Vivek for 24 hours. Really great. The 24 hours we decided to embed with Vivek on the trail. It's awesome for us. But anyway, what you're saying is that what we're going to see is the official switch tonight. So, ALX, you concur with that? We're going to see the flip switched to general election Trump?
Yeah, and especially he's not going to mathematically eliminate her tonight, like officially, but especially I do think that's when we're going to see it is after tonight, but it makes the most sense. I mean, obviously after tonight, but once she's mathematically eliminated, that's when you move on, because it's like, I've already clinched this contest. There is no reason for me to speak her name again. I'm focusing on Joe Biden, and that's it. And that would be the biggest show of power, is if she was still in the race and still running, and he completely ignored her. He did not utter her name again in a speech.
That's
because
right.
that would show true power, because it would kind of be like a similar case would be, you don't hear Joe Biden talking about Dean Phillips. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's technically running, but like he doesn't go out there and like bash Dean Phillips, because he's not a threat. And she is not a threat. She's never been a threat, but now mathematically she's not going to be a threat after he clinches the nomination.
That's called a signal boost, right? The signal boost is like talking about the person, and you get a lot of energy. Like if you are going after Donald Trump or fighting Donald Trump, you kind of want him to talk about you. This is why they were always like, Chris Christie, like, what's the line, Danny? Give us the line. I know you're dying to say it.
Donald Duck. He went on for like 10 minutes talking about Donald Duck, brought it up like 3 separate times in a debate, and it failed miserably, clearly. Crawled his way over to Roy Rogers and ate his feelings, I think.
Yeah. Consoling himself.
Trying to console.
Yeah. So you have all these people that, like, Nikki Haley's been begging for Donald Trump to debate her. Like, Mike Pence did the same thing. It's craven. It's kind of gross. And you know what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to get a chance to come for the king and to go after him and to try and embarrass him or whatever on the national stage. And if Donald Trump just stops talking about you and makes you irrelevant, which it sounds like they're going to start doing after Nikki Haley, because you heard Jason Miller on, he's like, Nikki, we're done with Nikki Haley, we're done, right? Like, well, that's going to take away a lot of power from her. That's going to take away a lot of focus from her. And you need to have like some focus. You need to have people paying attention to you if you're going to be relevant, right, David?
Yeah, I mean, I understand from a political strategy why that's necessary, but selfishly, I wish he had done it just for the moments, because that's my favorite part about these campaigns and these cycles, is especially with Donald Trump, is just, I mean, we saw Vivek do it actually, and those were great enough. They satiated me for weeks, but I just would love to see Donald Trump on stage just ripping Nikki Haley apart. It would just be so glorious. But yeah, I mean, just stop paying attention to her. Just don't give her the attention that she's craving. They're all kicking and screaming, and they know that Donald Trump is what everybody's talking about. If they can get that headline with Donald Trump, they're golden. Then she can sail on for another week or two until somebody else, takes the attention. But not giving her that, depriving her that, is the best way to squash her like a bug and just, obliterate her into oblivion and just pretend she doesn't even exist anymore. So that's definitely the move. But we're going to miss out on the savage roasts.
Well, I think we'll have plenty of savage roasts. I mean, Donald Trump is doing impressions of Nathan's hot dog. Impressions. I've never seen. I mean, I was deceased when I saw that this weekend. I just frankly couldn't believe it. I do want to say, the team, we are so unbelievably honored and humbled by this. The first time we've ever hit 100,000 concurrent views. We want to say thanks to all of you. We work our asses off on this program. ALX and Danny, David, the whole team. I mean, everyone here is like a family, but we hustle and grind in order to deliver to you like excellent content that's entertaining, and it's incredibly humbling. We will never, ever, ever let you down. We will always put our shoulder to the wheel and put our fist to the grindstone and be out here grinding so that you can get the best information, the quickest information, and the most entertaining information. ALX, any words to the first time we've ever passed 100,000 concurrent streamers on our platforms?
We are very humbled. I mean, we grind every single day. Like last week, we were live for 5 hours at one point, 2 hours at another, and 3 hours at another. And that's all like extra, not even including the morning show, just hour that we're live. So obviously we really appreciate, record-breaking streams. It's been almost every other week at this point we've had our new record, but this really, blows the other ones out of the water, having these kind of numbers. So we are very, very thankful for everyone who tunes in.
I recruited this young man. I mean, it might have been illegal. I recruited this young man. He was in kindergarten at the time. His name was Danny. Now he's almost out of school. Ever since he was watching Blue's Clues, Danny came and joined the program, or SpongeBob or whatever. Danny, you're so much younger than me. You probably watched something totally different. When I was growing up. Okay, all right, great. Oh, great. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Okay, boom. I'm gonna do the Nathan Wade. Got him. Yeah. But Danny's again also been a part of the company for a very long time. It will be graduating this year, and has created some of your favorite content. Danny, your thoughts tonight on the vibe at Mar-a-Lago. We're obviously seeing we're seeing the camera zoom in right now. I'm seeing a lot of people orient themselves towards the stage. They may have made an announcement that Donald Trump will be speaking soon. This is quite an exciting moment. I mean, we've been through a lot of interesting news events. This is going to be one of the top for me.
This is amazing. I'm sure right now he's probably playing his typical James Brown and Elvis music going on. It's usually the cue to turn around and face the stage. But yeah, this night really encapsulates where our movement is right now. I mean, it's ascendant. You see the energy in that room. People are energized. It's red wall across the country, massive viewership on our streams. And I think honestly, I don't think Democrats, the left saw this coming. This sort of it just sort of came full circle right now, or full force right now. I would love to be a proverbial fly on the wall next to at all these corporate networks and the control rooms next to their soy lattes, just watching them panic, seeing our streams crush their YouTube lives as we cover these moments, because I think our movement's looking for authenticity. And I think we're just trying to do our best to convey that message to them, covering these events that actually matter. And yeah, I think our movement is ascendant tonight.
You can see them sort of moving in. They are moving in, sort of the VIP front row delegation there, which is always a sign, right, that we could expect Donald Trump to be speaking quite soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned. You notice there's a bunch of people. Oh God, there's Ryan Coyne. Oh, there he is. Oh man, sorry, first homie from way back in my days in Washington D.C. right there. So you can see people are moving in. Drain the Swamp is up. Yep. That is the sign that's being held up right there. And I think we will be hearing from Donald Trump shortly. Donald Trump, the map, once again, ladies and gentlemen, looks like this tonight. This is the map. And the checking in with Vermont here, which is wow, that has really tightened up in Vermont. Yeah. So now it's essentially a tie. It is essentially a 1-to-1 tie in Vermont. So that is a bit of a nail biter.
We also do have a race call for a Democrat primary. Joe Biden lost to Jason Palmer in American Samoa.
Oh, really?
Joe Biden just lost the caucus.
Based. Wow, that's big, ladies and gentlemen. This sent in just a moment ago. Can we verify this, please? Widely disliked Texas Legislative House Speaker.
That's true.
Dale.
I think that's true.
David, how do we pronounce this? Dale Phelan?
It's Dade Phelan, I think.
Phelan. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a member. He was the Speaker of the House in Texas. He's been defeated in a primary. Wow. That is down in flames. Republican establishment down in flames. You talk about changing the guard, man. This is incredible. This is the guy who brought the much maligned impeachment articles against the Attorney General in Texas, friend of the show, Ken Paxton, who was trying to just enforce the laws, trying to clean up the voter rolls, trying to close the border, and they impeached him over it. I mean, am I recalling that correctly, Alex? I mean, they went after the guy because he was trying to be a baller Republican and do his job inside of a Republican supermajority state, and scumbag like this brought impeachment articles against him.
Yeah, all of those Bush type Republicans are all going to be either primaried or they're going to have to step down, because that was widely unpopular in Texas, and that was kind of the turning point. And they're all kind of this happens on the national level too. Like I said earlier, Ken Buck and all of these people showing their true colors and then announcing that they're no longer running or they get primaried. Like Liz Cheney did after she pushed the impeachment nonsense. So it actually is kind of good when they do these things, because they show the voters who they truly are. And it goes to their head, because they think they have this power hungry, almost God level, God complex, and says oh, this is what the people want or whatever, like a Liz Cheney type person. And they're so power hungry, and they go after these specific people, whether it be Trump in Liz Cheney's case or Ken Paxton in his case, and then they realize it's wildly unpopular with their voters. So it's career suicide.
Danny, you live in Washington, D.C. We've seen all the mix go down in flames. McConnell, McCarthy, McDaniel. This is quite the changing of the guard.
Yes. DC is quite a city. It's where you find out that the Republicans that you choose to elect actually aren't even Republicans. Most of the offices of so-called Republicans are staffed by Democrats. It's a city that doesn't really hold any true beliefs, and so I think it's really encouraging to see that shift sort of happening right now, where there's that sort of MAGA takeover of the GOP going on, and you can see it in DC. You can feel it. You can just in conversations with actual staffers who are actually Republicans, and you can see these people getting kicked out of office, and I think it's very encouraging.
David, you've been on this train for a decade now. It's got to feel really good for you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Trump, and the whole reason why I got into politics is because Trump kind of represented the dismantling of the establishment. That was always his rallying cry, and how he related to middle America and how he got people energized and activated. And it's so cool that we're still seeing that happening. And I like what you said, McCarthy, McDaniel, McConnell, and now we're seeing, these rhinos in Texas, and it's all collapsing, and it doesn't happen overnight. And that's why I've always been in it for the long fight. And I think Trump is too, obviously, at such a late age. I mean, he's still fighting every single day, and it's really cool to see. And also, kind of what you were talking about before with the stream, it's indicative in the media as well. When Donald Trump had first said the term fake news, people thought it would just kind of fade away, but years later it stuck. And this stream right now, breaking records, over 100,000 concurrent viewers. I mean, you're witnessing not just the collapse of the establishment with Donald Trump and these politicians kind of dropping like flies, but the collapse of mainstream media also. And this channel is kind of part of that movement. And we're literally witnessing it happen right now. It's so cool.
It is absolutely so cool. Ladies and gentlemen, we are monitoring at Mar-a-Lago right now all of the breaking news. We have a feed up. As soon as Trump starts speaking tonight, or as soon as there's another race called, we will go to it. There is breaking news. It's not a Trump win, but it is a win for based Jason Palmer, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. This is the man who has defeated Joe Biden. Oh, you don't know Jason Palmer? You're gonna learn today. Jason Palmer is a Democrat from American Samoa. and he has defeated Joe Brandon. Dark Joe Brandon. Joe Biden lost in caucus in America Samoa to Jason Palmer. So are we seeing Palmer momentum right now, Danny?
I think it's inevitable. I think this is just the takeover of Palmer, the Democrat Party. There's no stopping him. Look at he's got that vigor. You know, Joe Biden's missing the vigor, but Palmer's got the vigor. It's in the eyes. He's ready to go.
Yes. You can see it. Palmer, this man is ready to either run and win the Democrat nomination for the presidency, or restock the pleated pants at Joseph A. Banks. It is one or the other, and he's capable of both. And you know there's a 2-for-1 sale right now. Joseph A. Banks.
Palmer will run through a wall. Joe Biden will walk into a wall.
What? Just really quickly, David. What does this man Jason Palmer do for a living? What'd you guess?
He's probably a used car salesman trying to.
Too easy. Come on. You're not a boomer, Dad. You got better than that. Go, David. What does he do? What does Jason Palmer do?
I just think that, we thought it was going to be Michelle Obama. We thought it was going to be Newsom, but little did we know it was going to be Jason Palmer. This whole time.
It's true.
I mean,
it's true. It's Palmer momentum. We don't know what lies ahead, but we do know this: Donald Trump is in control of the Republican Party. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my personal honor to do our third Salt That Lib of the evening. We encourage everyone to drop salt shakers in the comment section. Okay, we are actually designing our own salt shaker at the show. But we have right now the prototype, the massive salt shaker. We salt libs on this program who hold back tears with quivering lips and cry on camera. The sodium must flow. The salt, it flows into our cup, and our cups overflow. And they've been overflowing this week. We have a clip from CNN of CNN holding back tears live on camera, admitting that there is no such thing as the Never Trump Republican Party. That effectively, that movement, the Rhino movement, is now dead. CNN announcing the death of the neocons and the rhinos and declaring that the Republican Party is the party of Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, get your salt shakers out for a salting of the libs on CNN.
Percentage of it has actually jumped up even more. It's 88% of the delegates. So you look at the percentage. Donald Trump cannot mathematically clinch tonight, but he can get within 100 or so of what he needs, and he can do that next week. And so what you have here is, he has remade the party in his image. There are still some Republicans who are trying to take it away, like take it back. Right? That's over. That's over. There's no back. That party doesn't exist anymore. Right. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Look at the House of Representatives. Look at what's happening in the United States Senate. Mitch McConnell stepping aside. And some of the more governing conservatives trying to keep their power even just within the Senate Republican conference. This is a new Republican Party. And so you have a very formidable Republican frontrunner who has remade the party in his image. And I know a lot of people at home are asking, well, wait a minute. We all saw January 6th. Wait a minute. Innocent until proven guilty, but there's all these cases. He has convinced them he won the last election. Never mind anything that happened since then. A majority of these voters are going to the polls in most of these states still saying that Donald Trump should be president. Yeah. And so this is his party. And again, sometimes I think stop talking. Just look. This is his party, and he is on a march to the nomination. That does not mean if the general election were tomorrow, there's a lot of data that suggests he would win at this moment in time. It is not tomorrow. It's 8 months from now. So you have two very strong frontrunners who both have very significant weaknesses. And then you have the question of the third-party candidates, which I raised earlier.
And so the weaknesses come in the sense of, in very much the way you're talking about how he is reforming the Republican Party. More working class people, including voters of color, African American, men primarily, but also Latinos.
So, wait a second. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, and again, Here's the live shot of Mar-a-Lago. We shall cut to Donald Trump when he begins speaking. We want to let you know we have the live shot up. We are tuned in. We are ready to rock. As soon as Donald Trump gets another state called or begins talking, we will jump in there. So CNN is straight up admitting it's Trump's party now, and that Donald Trump is creating a brand new coalition. That was really shocking to hear, that Donald Trump is creating a new coalition, an admission from Jake Tapper, who was obviously aroused earlier talking about Donald Trump and the insurrection that he inspired under the desk CNN, that like you're seeing young people, Latinos, black men breaking for Donald Trump. This is actually a pretty stunning admission to make on camera, right, Alex, at CNN?
Yeah. So what's happening too is their own polls, CNN polls, New York Times polls, all of these polls that they're putting up on their screen, the numbers are undeniable. And we know that polls are usually skewed to the left. So when we're seeing these numbers with Biden bleeding support in the areas of Latinos and African Americans and women and young people, it's undeniable at that point. Like they cannot push their narrative any further that Trump's this racist, whatever, and nobody likes him. So when they're reading back that data, there's no option but to admit it at this point. And I love how they kind of like say it as a bad thing. It's like, oh, he's reforming the party in his image, and it's like, and miraculously, that's actually attracting different voters. When for years they're saying that Trump is the problem in the Republican Party and ostracizing all of these voters. Why is it that when the Republican Party becomes the party of Trump, that all of these new voters are coming in? If he's this, fascist or Nazi or whatever they want to call him, the party of Trump is now a more quote unquote inclusive party, to use their language, under him. So it just shows that it's a bunch of BS that they've been pushing for the past 8 years.
So I'm like looking at the landscape right now, and there's like a true meltdown happening at MSNBC. David, I want to get your take on this, starting with the fact that the person having the meltdown on MSNBC has decided she hates Trump so much, Trump's inspired such an erection in her, that, she's going to literally go into the barbershop and say, give me the Donald Trump. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is the pure panicked meltdown from Joy Reid on MSNBC. David?
But Republican voters don't vote that way. They don't vote based on economics or based on the benefits they're getting economically from the president. They're increasingly, from the Tea Party on, they're voting on race. They're voting on this idea of an invasion of brown people over the border. The idea that they can't get whatever job they want. A black person got it, therefore drive all the blacks out of the colleges, get rid of DEI. That is what they're voting on. They're just voting specifically on racial animus. At this stage, it isn't about economics.
No. What? Okay, so the lady who does her hair like Donald Trump is saying that the person who stole Donald Trump's hairstyle is saying that Republicans are just voting on race. What the hell are they talking about, David?
Well, first of all, it's just really insulting to imply that people are just voting based on race and not economics. I mean, the most basic example is every time anybody goes to the gas station to fill up, I mean, you feel that in your bank account, Yes. And it wasn't like that when Donald Trump, I mean, that's just in the examples, just, cascade from there. You don't have to be racist to feel the economic impact of a Biden administration. So just to start there, but also like she brought up the issue of border security to just like diminish that issue into a race issue is so disingenuous to the real concerns that people have. It doesn't matter if your skin color is white or brown or black, it's a national security issue, right? And then it also does go back to an economic issue in cities that migrants are moving in, taking resources from Americans, legal citizens, law-abiding legal citizens, and now they're suffering because their tax dollars are going to resources for, criminal aliens that are now invading their cities. So, and then also, I mean, we've seen people from all across the world, not just brown people invading the border. And then also we've seen people that have even appeared on terrorist watch lists. So it's not a racist issue. It's just a national security issue. For her to kind of diminish it to that is, I mean, she's pulling the Hillary Clinton, right? Just calling half of America deplorable. She's saying we're all racists. I mean, it's just.
It seems to me, Danny, that there's like one party that is incredibly obsessed with race and sees everything through the prism of race, no matter what. Like everything, like equity, all of it is like tied up into. There's something called like critical race theory. It's like what DEI is, what the entire Democrat Party is founded on. To accuse the Republicans of focusing on race is, well, I mean, about as insane as saying that Republicans destroyed the border, right? And we can't close the border because of Republicans. Is the gaslighting going to work, Danny?
It's not. And I think the meltdowns we're seeing all over, whether it's CNN or MSNBC, speaks to the larger hubris of our ruling class. And we're talking, when you look at Big Fanny, Fat Alvin, Jack Smith, these are people who are weaponizing lawfare against the voters. These people are so perturbed that the will of voters might actually come to fruition, as we're seeing Trump driving through like Atlanta, and people are chanting his name after being arrested. Like, we're seeing this. You're seeing reporters in the Bronx go out and ask what they think about Trump versus Joe Biden, and you're getting overwhelmingly positive messaging for Trump. I mean, this is like shattering whatever they thought, whatever stranglehold they thought they had over voters, particularly when it comes to race for some reason, because they seem so obsessed with it. As you can see, Joy Reid screaming, as she always is on the screen. They cannot comprehend that the will of voters might actually happen. So they're pulling every stop they possibly can to prevent Trump from destroying that stranglehold they think they're entitled to. But they're not, and I think this is the hubris of a ruling class. They're just collapsing before our very eyes.
I feign to say that one of my favorite pundits, and I know we talked about it earlier in the show, and I misread the production notes, and so it was David Axelrod, and he's sitting there on CNN, and he's saying like the reason why we're so fearful is because Donald Trump will win. The reason why you're seeing the panic and you're smelling the panic is that Trump will win. The path for Biden to win is unbelievably narrow. And I think that the meltdowns are just getting started. I want to sort of preface this and buttress this with the fact that Axelrod, who is the architect of the Obama administration and Obama's election victories, is the one sounding the loudest alarms, saying Joe Biden's done.
All of these legal travails he has, all of these indictments, all of these lawsuits and so on, has given him a chance to look indomitable, look strong, look resilient. And that's actually in some ways helped him. Now, the main cases haven't gone to trial yet. That could be a different story. But he's actually used these to propel himself to this moment.
Yep. Talking very kindly about Donald Trump and his victories, and then David Axelrod saying that Joe Biden has, at best, a 50-50 chance in 2024, and this was a few months ago.
Former senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod, has been calling out the president's age as a big problem. Axelrod's latest comment, I think he has a 50-50 shot here, but no better than that, maybe a little worse. He thinks he can cheat nature here, and it's really risky.
So what you're seeing tonight, and I know that we're all like huge fans of the guy who beat Joe Biden in America Samoa. ALX, we should try and get him on the show. That'd be great. But like, I think this is something that you really are starting to see in a broad perspective. Relatively young staff at this program, right? Like, you are actually seeing Donald Trump poll after poll after poll win the youth vote. Like, that's something that's happening. Donald Trump is regularly winning the youth vote. Why is that, ALX?
So I think he's number one appealing to a broader base, because a lot of these things come down to finances and their financial issues. So like David pointed out, gas prices, groceries, all of these types of things, and they have the memory of under Trump, they like people on the left or undecided voters, independents, in their head probably believed the media and they thought it was so bad under Trump. Trump was so scary. But when they see what it's actually like under Biden, by comparison, they have fond memories of, I didn't have to worry about going to the grocery store and spending $200 on something that used to cost $100. Or, with gas prices, that's almost like doubled in some cases in some states. So I think it's quite like simple when it comes to young people, because they're just starting out in the workforce and they don't have a whole lot of money to go around. So number one, I think when younger people start working and seeing how much the government takes of their money out of taxes is one of the other things that makes them more conservative, is because they're in college and they're supporting all of these socialist people and raise taxes, and then they get out in the real world and start making a little more money, and then they realize they're like, oh, I just got a raise, but it's like, well, you just went up a tax bracket, so we're taking more of your money. So they realize, they're like, oh wait, maybe I'm not for higher taxes for people they called rich when they were in college. So all of these things combined, whether it be taxes or more expensive groceries or gas prices, it comes down to their financial issues, and it's in their own self-interest to vote more conservative rather than liberal.
Hey, ALX, I see some activity here on our live feed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have what looks like Donald Trump in the building, or at the very least,
golden hair.
Yes, at the very least, potentially the family members. Let's crank this, Royce, and make sure that we may not get audio right now. Royce, please make sure we have a backup feed ready to go in case we have audio issues. Sometimes they don't take the audio until the principal is up at the mic, but it looks like Donald Trump is rolling in right now, or at the very least, the family. No, that's definitely Trump. Okay, got it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Could be Joey Reid. Donald Trump live right now at Mar-a-Lago. You see the cell phones popping off. Donald Trump rolling in on a massively victorious evening. I'll count through the states right now that he has won. He has won Maine, and he has won New Hampshire, Massachusetts. Well, let's go with the states he won tonight: Maine, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Donald Trump winning Minnesota and Colorado tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, more polls closing as Utah, California, and Alaska have yet to be called, and Vermont too close to call right now with a very, very thin margin in Vermont between Trump and Nikki Haley, but I don't think that's going to have much fear. That's going to cause much. You can hear the USA chants there at Mar-a-Lago.
Well, thank you. Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one.
There we go.
And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring, because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, is broke. when I was running things. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's. He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders. And open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age. But we have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them. That's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will. You will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had. And now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of a street and have fistfights with police officers. And if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level, we were energy independent. We were going to be very shortly energy dominant, and they were getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff, but we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmentalists, you ought to look at that, because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only plant that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world. And then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy, because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success. And that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify this party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had. and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together, African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before. And it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together. Our country was coming together. And now we have a very divided country. We have a country that a political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday they will be. They're being beaten up pretty badly. People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor. The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them, and we have to get that confidence back. It's so important for the success of our country. So important. So this has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family. They've had it very easy since I decided to run for politics. They say, thanks a lot, Dad. We appreciate it. But they're strong and they're very capable people, and they love the country. They really do love the country, and we appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody at my staff. Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's really a statement. And we have no choice, because November 5th, it's right around the corner. November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take it and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected. Right now, our country is known as a joke. It's a joke. Other leaders who I speak to, other leaders can't believe what happened to us, because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be. Of course, maybe there's reasons for things having happened, but they were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along, and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him. Look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I got rid of ISIS 100%. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And we had no wars, and we stopped wars. We weren't getting along with a lot of countries. All of a sudden, North Korea, which is a serious nuclear power, but North Korea came along. Kim Jong-un, we got along very well. We got along very well with China until COVID. That was a little bit too much, as far as I was concerned. That was too much. Couldn't take that one. But we made a trade deal with China that I don't even talk about. $50 billion a year in product they bought from our farmers, our manufacturers. They used to buy 10. I got 50, and it was great. But COVID, I don't even talk about that because COVID was such a horrible thing. It started in the Wuhan labs, just as I said, the Wuhan labs. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people think it wasn't, but I believe it was. But regardless, it caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death all over the world, all over the world. And we did a fantastic job on that. We never got credit for that. Unbelievable job on that. We came up with things that nobody thought was possible. Don't forget, when it came in, nobody had an idea what it was. They didn't even use the word pandemic. Nobody had an idea. But we did a fantastic job. And we got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for our foreign policy. I think credit like nobody, very few people have gotten. And the press was very honest about it. They give us very high marks on foreign policy, the Abraham Accords, so many different things we did. But we never got the kind of due that we should have for the COVID, or as I call it affectionately, the Chinese virus, the China virus, which is a much more accurate term. And despite that, the stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was higher than it was prior to COVID coming in. It was an amazing thing. We did an amazing job. And we have so many people that worked on that, so many of the doctors, so many of the scientists that worked with us on that. It was really, really something. But there's never been an administration that had more success in so many different elements. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We have the largest regulation cuts in history. We rebuilt our military. And what happened, we rebuilt our entire military, and beautiful. We had jet fighters that were 53 years old, and we had all brand new jet fighters. And then after this other group of people that didn't know what they were doing, they took over, and we had that horrible surrender in Afghanistan. I call it a surrender. We took the soldiers out first. You know, I dealt with the leaders of the Taliban in Afghanistan. They were the ones that were causing the trouble. The press was very angry because they said, "Why are you calling them?" I said, "Because that's where the problem is." I say oftentimes, they asked Jesse James, "Jesse, why do you rob banks?" He said, "Because that's where the money is." And I said, that's where the problem is with the Taliban. And I spoke to Abdul. He's still the leader. Believe it or not, he's really the leader of Afghanistan, but he's the leader of the Taliban, a rough group. I say, don't ever shoot our soldiers again. Don't ever do it. Very interesting. What happened is that, we were having, during the Obama administration, previously, they were shooting a lot of our soldiers. And I let them know, I said, don't ever, ever let that happen. I said, in a rather nasty fashion. We don't have to go into it tonight. For 18 months, we lost nobody in Afghanistan. And then we had that horrible, horrible withdrawal where we lost 13 soldiers, 38 horribly wounded, left Americans behind. You know, we have Americans right now still behind. Call them hostages if you like. It was a terrible moment. We left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful equipment behind, jets and tanks and everything you could think of, goggles, night goggles. They didn't used to fight. They're good fighters. They didn't used to fight at night, but now they do because they have goggles. They have better goggles than we have. So I just want to tell you that led to a lot of bad things. And now the worst things are happening. The things that are happening now are unthinkable, and they're unthinkable at the border. We have millions of people invading our country. This is an invasion. This is the worst invasion probably. We've never had anything like it. No country has ever had anything like it. The number today could be 15 million people. And they're coming from rough places and dangerous places. And we had that shut down. We had everything going so beautifully. When Joe Biden goes to the beach, because somebody on his staff thinks he looks very good in a bathing suit, until he can't get his feet out of the sand or lift the chair, which weighs about 9 ounces. Joe Biden, if he would have just left everything alone, he could have gone to the beach. He would have had a tremendous success at the border and elsewhere. So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. They stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to do things that nobody thought was possible. You know, we hadn't done our second phase of the tax cuts. When we did the tax cuts, the Democrats fought us very hard. And now they say, well, I guess that was pretty good because we took in much more revenues after we cut taxes. And then we did all of those regulation cuts, and people were working and everybody was happy, and we were all proud of our country. But we're going to win this election because we have no choice. If we lose the election, we're not going to have a country left. And we're going to do something. Thank you very much. We love you too. And we love our country. And we can't let this magnificent, some people call it an experiment. I don't call it an experiment. I just say this is a magnificent place, a magnificent country, and it's so sad to see how far it's come and gone. When you look at the depths of where it's gone, we can't let that happen. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to close our borders. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the inflation down, and we are going to make our country greater than ever before, and we're going to do it quickly. We're going to do it quickly. It's going to go fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have many, many criminals that have entered our country. We have people coming in from such bad places, and we're going to have to get them out. We have murderers that are being deposited into our country. We have drug dealers at the biggest, highest levels that are coming into our country. We have people coming into our country that just shouldn't be here, but many, and I say many, large percentages, they come in through the caravans, they come in many different ways. Now we find out again, they come in through airplanes, we send them in. This is crazy, but they come into our country, we're gonna stop them. We're gonna close our borders. We're gonna have to deport a lot of people, a lot of bad people, because our countries can't live like this. Our cities are choking to death. Our states are dying. And frankly, our country is dying, and we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. It's been a big night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump. We will make America greater than ever before. They've destroyed our nation. They are coming to try and destroy the American dream, and they are doing a damn good job of it at fast pace. Donald Trump, on the heels of winning multiple states, on the heels of winning every state except, ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement that Nikki Haley has in fact won the state of Vermont. Or at the very least, that's what they are projecting. They are projecting that Nikki Haley will win the state of Vermont. This is a moment where we have decided that we are going to reach out to the one and only person who we would, that we feel is the right person to comment on this issue of Nikki Haley winning Washington, D.C. and Vermont. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me very, very shortly will be Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, I'm going to be effectively asking Vivek not only about Donald Trump's commentary there, but also about his role in the potential of the Donald Trump general election campaign, which begins tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm waiting for our team. Apparently our production team is still working on getting Vivek. Ladies and gentlemen, rest assured that the great ally of Donald Trump will be joining us in just a moment, and also commenting on Nikki Haley winning again, potentially a single state. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our apologies here. You know what? Complicated business. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Without further delay, Vivek Ramaswamy joining the stream. Vivek, what's up, man?
How's it going, dude?
It's a great night.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that this Republican primary has been over for a long time, but it is over yet again. One more time tonight.
I'm very sorry to report to you some terrible news. Nikki Haley has won Vermont.
Well, it reminds me of DC. I think which are the provinces of Ukraine that she couldn't name? These are the ones that are actually their delegates are actually coming in for. So the Ukrainian delegates voted in that DC primary, I think, and that's exactly what we saw there. She's more or less irrelevant, but she's a representation of what we're up against. And I don't just mean in our own party. I mean a managerial class that pervades both parties. And I think it's going to be the same managerial class that gets Joe Biden out of the way, which I think is actually the trap that we're at risk of now falling into, Benny, is we're now trained, right? I think to have some level of complacency, satisfaction about tonight. And so, yes, you say great night. I agree. It is a great night. I think that that's a danger. I think that kind of attitude can also risk creating a complacency. We got to be insurgent, not incumbent. We have to actually be the upstart, not the people who take victory for granted. Trump in 2016 was that. Our founding fathers were that. And I think that that's the spirit we have to keep alive in 2024 rather than, just making this about defeating Joe Biden, laughing at the old man that can't put sentences together, tripping on stairs, all of which is true, all of which, the guy who can't stand trial somehow is actually, or even be a witness in a trial, is somehow competent to run the country. Yeah, we get that Joe Biden is a joke and is a puppet for the managerial class, but understand that come this summer, they're going to move him out of the way. It's not him that we're actually running against. And so while we're appropriately recognizing, even celebrating, I think a victorious step in the progress, I think that we have to not fall into the trap of complacency, which I do think in some sense has been laid for us by the other side that wants us to focus on Biden when in fact it's going to be somebody else that Donald Trump is actually running against later this year.
So you have long said that this is going to be Michelle Obama potentially. If you were to put money on it, Michelle Obama has come out with an official statement saying, not going to be me. I'm not going to run for president. Then she went and did an interview on British television saying it's not going to be me. Then she tried out David Axelrod to say it's not going to be Michelle Obama. Your thoughts on that? Do you think that's still cloak and dagger? Sleight of hand?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks, I think.
Okay.
What I would say in this case. And that might be, who's not protesting too much, which lady is not protesting too much is Hillary Clinton, because she actually wants it. Michelle Obama, I don't think particularly wants it. I actually kind of believe that she doesn't want it, but I don't think that she's going to have much of a choice in the matter. I'm less in the business, Benny, of predicting which individual it is or isn't going to be. I might be wrong about the Michelle Obama specific prediction, but I bring this up because I care about our own side not falling into the trap of thinking that we've got this in the bag. We're running against Joe Biden. He's a defeatable alternative. Our entire message focused on his individual vulnerabilities, from his age to his cognitive deficits, to his son's cognitive deficits, to his son's corruption, to his own corruption. All that needs to be observed. But if that becomes our focal point, it's like a feint in war, right? A feigned retreat where you're led to a false target when in fact you have the rug then pulled out from under you only a matter of months later, which is what I think is coming this summer. And, I think is one of the things you're good at. I think that it's going to take people who are willing to skate to where the puck is going, name a problem. That's in some ways how you actually avoid that problem. And here that problem would be the element of surprise. If we know that we're not running against Biden, then our whole message needn't be tethered to a Biden specific message. it can actually be, who would have ever thought, a message about what our own actual affirmative agenda is. That speech that Trump just gave, I thought was excellent in that respect. He actually nailed a lot of our own affirmative agenda. He went straight down the list. Drill, baby, drill, largest mass deportation in history, actually fighting crime in this country, make America great again. What that actually means, great. That's what we need to be talking about. I'd say a little bit less of the Biden trashing, not because it's not justified, not because it's not all true, but to the opposite point, it's because that's actually falling into, I believe, a trap that has been laid that we need to avoid. We need an agenda that we stand for, irrespective of which puppet it is. Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, Gavin Newsom, doesn't matter. That's actually how we immunize ourselves against that risk.
So what you saw and what we have been predicting is that this is going to be now a gear shift to a brand new general election Donald Trump. And that you're going to have now a different Trump on the trail. He's been obviously very savage against all of his opponents, and he's been in campaign mode against a Republican primary, and you're going to see a shift. What's that shift going to look like? What's going to change? You're already starting to see sort of a resetting of the table, but you've obviously become quite close with Donald Trump, and dare I say, are advising him on a number of issues. He clearly is listening to you. What does the shift in the Donald Trump to general election mode look like?
Yeah, I think of it less as a shift, Benny, but more, you've got different tenors that you can play, right, as a musician. And I think he's going to hit some different keys than he's hit so far. And I think there's a time and place for everything. He's already doing it. Look at that speech he gave yesterday, right after that Supreme Court ruling. I think that's been one of his best yet. I would say one of his best ever yet, actually, because it wasn't particularly about him dancing on anybody's grave. It was actually a tenor of national unity. And I think that was really fitting yesterday. The Supreme Court's ruling was about national unity itself. And I think him delivering that message about national unity, I think, was really fitting for that moment as well. And so I think that's going to be either in so many words, or even if not in so many words, the core message is actually that Donald Trump, not Joe Biden or not anybody else from the other side, is going to be the one who actually unites this country. And I think that that's something that our side needn't be shy about admitting that we want. I think most of us don't want a national divorce. I think most of us do want to live in one nation under God, just as our founding fathers envisioned 250 years ago. And so I think Donald Trump is going to be that kind of figure from now through Election Day that revives that spirit of national unity in his own way. And I think that it's going to be his own authentic way. But I think that less of a shift, but more of an awakening of something that may have been less obvious to people who have watched him in the past, but I know is in his heart, and I think is coming out more and more. And, I do think that's the right way to go. And I am fully in support of that message all the way through the general election in November. So it's a good night, and I'm glad you had me on for a few minutes, Benny, before we rocked and rolled. But thanks for doing what you're doing.
I know that you are a father to young children, and I don't want to keep you. I have to ask you one more thing. I have to ask you one more, because ALX broke the news earlier in the call that Elon Musk was meeting potentially with Donald Trump, that both their jets landed the same place, and that they had a meeting. Now, you're very close with both these guys. And you've worked very closely with both these guys. And we've talked about Elon Musk publicly and how valuable, obviously, the X platform is to free speech, but also for just the future of the country as a free nation. Your thoughts on that meeting? I obviously don't want you to reveal anything that's private, but what's going on, man?
Here, I'll just take a big step back. I mean, I'll be respectful of my conversations with both those guys, and let's just take the big takeaways in terms of where we are right now. And, you bring up two people who I think do embody a lot of that founding spirit, people who can achieve something with their own dedication and with their own willpower without feeling constrained. I think that's part of why I've frankly had, I think, a relatively fast and warm and natural friendship with both those guys, is that part of what we miss in our culture is that right now you're told to shut up and sit down and do as you're told and work in your lane. Whereas our founding fathers were people who didn't believe in those lanes, right? You could be an inventor of the Franklin stove while also signing the Declaration of Independence, while also working on a remedy to a common cold. If you're Donald Trump, I'm going to start a social media platform that's a competitor after having been a real estate tycoon, going on to be the president of the United States. And actually, you know what? If I want to do some sneakers along the way, I'm going to do it. If you're going to be Elon Musk, from electric cars to going in space to actually expressing his own opinion about what's happened in the border crisis in the United States. I'm not going to just swim in my own lane because I'm a person who transcends those boundaries. I'm wired in my own way the same way. Just because I'm a biotech entrepreneur today doesn't mean I'm not going to be an entrepreneur competing against a different incumbent like BlackRock. Doesn't mean it's going to stop me from running for president of the United States. That's the founding spirit we need to revive. That's what Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin and George Washington did. And I think that you see some of that in the likes of Elon Musk and Donald Trump in today's environment. And I think it's a good thing when we live in a 1776 moment to have some 1776 figures who can step into that vacuum. And I love what each of those guys is doing. They're doing their part. I'm going to try to do mine. And you know what? I think that we're going to win the American Revolution in spirit. We don't have to fight the revolution. We have to just revive the ideals of it. That's the work we have cut out ahead of us this year. And I think both those guys are going to be important in making it happen. And I'm going to do whatever I can too.
I mean, I think Donald Trump would look great in a powdered wig. You can quote me on that. All right. This is one man's opinion. Okay. Joy Reid has stolen his haircut. So maybe we switch it up, right? Like maybe you get the powdered wig.
She's pulling the founding father thing too, although I don't know if that's exactly what she's going for.
Two founding fathers the renaissance of the founding fathers in Donald Trump and Elon Musk, something that you've paraphrased before, but I think something that is a really profound way of looking at our current landscape. It's revolutionary, Vivek Ramaswamy, and we thank you so much for being on our live tonight.
We'll see, man. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, man, what a live stream tonight. What a wild evening. I guess next time we'll get Elon and Donald Trump on, and then we'll roll. We'll just roll. We want to say once again, thank you to X, to our audience on X. That is up over 100,000 concurrents right now, listening and watching. What a platform. What a moment for free speech. And what an exciting evening, ladies and gentlemen. Checking back in here with our team and with our reporting. Here's what the map stands like as we speak at time of record. It looks like, is that what they gave Nikki Haley? Is that like a little brown, like a little blot? That's what Nikki Haley gets. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Okay. Nikki Haley gets that color on the official little election map. So, Vivek Ramaswamy talking about Trump and Elon Musk and saying that you're looking at founding fathers there. You're looking at a revolutionary moment where this country needs to sort of reject the paradigm of it's just Joe Biden, right? It's Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, and we're just going to hyper focus on Joe Biden and falling down the stairs. We need to look past that. We need to create a party and an actual message, and a unifying message, and then bring that message forward to the American people. This is what Vivek is talking about. And obviously, it gets tiring, right? The question of will you be vice president? Will you be vice president? We've asked him that on the record before, so we wanted to save one of the questions in the canisters and move along to some of the greater, larger scale things. I mean, it's been quite public knowledge that Vivek is a potential big time name on the selection process for Donald Trump as it pertains to the vice presidency. He's winning a lot of polls. For instance, the CPAC poll, Vivek Ramaswamy just won. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Vice President Vivek? I got to tell you, I do see it. So I suppose we will find out in due time. What you're seeing on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, is all of the states that Donald Trump won. The one state that is apparently going to Nikki Haley with 93% in Vermont, it looks like by 4 points, Vermont has gone to Nikki Haley, although that's an open primary to my understanding. And so this might be the Democrat, right? Voters siding with Nikki Haley. So we've seen this phenomenon. It's not really a phenomenon. It's just like election rigging. Democrat voters side with Nikki Haley and switch parties or just like effectively vote for Nikki Haley in order to spoil it for Donald Trump. So now Washington, D.C., you can see down here, and Vermont. the two arguably most liberal regions on planet Earth. Donald Trump, I don't really think there's much of a worry there. Here's where the delegate count stands. This is incredibly important, and particularly germane to the conversation because Donald Trump, right now, we still have 3 states outstanding tonight: California, Alaska, and Utah. Donald Trump at 772. A full 700 more delegates than Nikki Haley has. Donald Trump needs 1,200 in order to win the nomination. At the end of tonight, Donald Trump may very well be within striking distance. We assume that Donald Trump will win the next 3 states of Alaska, California, and Utah, and will then zip up those delegates, maybe potentially zipping up the Republican nomination as quickly as next Tuesday. So that will be the day. That will be the day where all the fantasies of Nikki Haley and all this stuff goes away, right? Where it all just effectively evaporates. Some of the more interesting things that have happened, there are massive meltdowns that have been going on. I suppose it's worth noting that the meltdowns have been wildly entertaining. The screeching, the sobbing, and the crying, and the screaming from MSNBC has been ear-piercing at times, yet brings us joy. Their tears, they taste like gumdrops, salty gumdrops. We can't help ourselves but play just some of the freakouts because it's important for you to know that, well, there are really, really miserable people in this world, and you shouldn't be one of them. And if you live a life of extreme fetishization of your political heroes and thinking that the world's going to end when your guy does or doesn't win, you'll end up like this. So obsessed with Donald Trump that you literally walk into your barber and say, "Give me Trump's haircut." Well, I thought you hated Trump. Well, here we go.
Donald Trump had one job. He had one crisis. He's saying, oh, all of these things were perfect. You had one crisis, bruh. It was called the pandemic. And you know what you did? You bollocksed it completely. You did so poorly at managing your sole crisis. The one hard thing to do, the reason he doesn't look old like Biden looks older, the presidency ages you when you do the job. Obama went gray because he was doing the work. Donald Trump looks the same as when he ran because he was playing golf the whole time. His one job
you think
was
that
to
hair
manage.
color's natural?
But the reality is, he had one job: manage this crisis, and he messed it up so badly that they had to do the stimmy. People love the stimmy. Why did they have to do the stimmy? Because 1 million bodies are in the ground.
It was
because of how
Democrats.
poorly he managed an airborne virus.
Bruh, she says. This is what you're missing out on MSNBC. You're missing out on people going, bruh, Trump did the stimmy. Yes, this is the high layers, the philosophical and sophisticated levels of deep and profound thought and intellectual discourse on MSNBC. Only overtaken by Pee Wee Herman's apoplectic and sociopathic meltdown about Donald Trump and Donald Trump's victory speech. We just can't help ourselves. Please, ladies and gentlemen, spare some salt for Rachel Maddow.
Not only the man who is likely to be the Republican candidate for president, but this is the way he's running.
Well, here's how we'll balance it. Why don't we fact check the hell out of him?
Yes, and we do that after the fact, and that is the best remedy that we've got. It does not fix the fact that we broadcast it.
But it's
honestly.
stunning that he's saying these things and people are hearing it. Let's just go through it, right? That we have the most devastating economy. Are you kidding me? We have had the best economic recovery of any country in the developed world. He's telling an audience right there, oh my goodness, the paltry oil production. We're producing more oil today than we ever have in the history of our country. Think about the American Rescue Plan, the infrastructure plan. We have created more jobs, 3.2 million more jobs than we had pre-pandemic. The problem that we do have is inflation. And so what Donald Trump does is prey upon the fact that people don't necessarily feel good and life's expensive. But when it comes to facts, here's something that's absolutely nonsensical and infuriating. When people's wages go up, they credit themselves. They say, I'm good at my job, I just got a raise. But when everything costs more, they blame the government. And wages are up, which is a huge positive. And one of those reasons wages are up is all of the union wins in the last 2 years. And remember, President Biden has stood with those unions.
The most pro-union president in American history.
Give you four numbers. I just was literally Googling and I just pulled up these four numbers. This is the gross domestic product in the country. In 2019, it was plus 2.3%. In 2020, it was negative 2.8%. That is the election year. That is the reason Donald Trump didn't get reelected. That was part of it. 2021, it was 5.9. And I was just going to say that. And 1.9 in 2022. Those four numbers. 2.3, negative 2.8, 5.9, and 1.9. There's one factor in all four of those, and Lawrence just said it. Donald Trump had one job. He had one crisis. He's saying, oh, all of these things were perfect. You had one crisis, bro. It was called the pandemic. And
You had one crisis, bruh. Bruh. Some data in, ladies and gentlemen. Nikki Haley won Vermont, which had the least number of delegates up for grabs. If Donald Trump wins California, which polls close in just moments, actually closed right now, then Donald Trump gets all 170 delegates from California. So last poll had California going for Trump by up to 70 points. So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh. Whoa. Here we go. We are live. It is 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, Trump wins. Donald Trump has won California. That's 169 nice delegates for the Donald. Oh, yeah, baby. And what does that do to the number of pledged delegates? Hasn't changed yet. Come on, Decision Desk. Let's go. Here we go. Decision Desk predicts Donald Trump will win California Republican primary. Right now, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, decision made just as the polls close. California going for Trump. Donald Trump obviously has already given his victory speeches at Mar-a-Lago. And now I'm seeing everywhere breaking that Elon Musk is meeting with Donald Trump. Wow. Just an incredible night. Just a wild evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been called the greatest comeback of all time. This is now what people are beginning to say about Donald Trump and about this 2024 race. It's what Donald Trump, what has been said about Donald Trump right now, breaking on the airwaves of Fox News. The single greatest comeback ever.
A little bit, maybe 3 or 5%. I think they're going to come from working class people. I think a lot of the Haley voters are protest voters. They're never going to vote for Trump. And I don't think she has a lot of sway over them. So I'm not sure what her bargaining chip is. I think tonight we should look back at the people who proclaimed Donald Trump's political death. Donald Trump is finally finished. New York Times, November 2020. Relax, a Trump comeback in 2024 is never going to happen. Politico. this could be the greatest political comeback story of all time. I mean, maybe some of you can remember something better than this, but if he pulls this off in November, and it's an if, but even to get to this moment, pretty much everyone was declaring him DOA. What does that say about all of us? I mean, maybe we need to spend more time with the American people, or at least I do, because I had my doubts at various times as well.
And it says quite a bit about him.
Yeah, he knows the pulse of the people.
As a politician and as an individual, he has a lot of pull with a lot of people across this country.
What? Oh, yeah. So Fox News now admitting what obviously we have known for quite a while, which is that this is the party of Donald Trump. The old guard is done. There is no more old guard. There is no more Liz Cheney. There is no more mix in the GOP. What do I mean by that? McCarthy, McConnell, McDaniel, done. They're finished. They're gone. Okay? This is it. You had your chance. Kinzinger, Cheney got on the January 6th committee, sobbed and cried, and mopped the floor with their tears. If you're Keith Olbermann, then you're peeing as you cry. Who knows? Not sure. Don't ever check. Don't want to see the footage of it. Either way, it's what the guy admitted yesterday on X, that he pees on himself. He pees on his own face. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever it is, whatever that was, whatever embarrassing thing that was. Remember Dick Cheney coming out and doing an ad against Donald Trump? Donald Trump. It's finished. It's over. The McCain wing of the party, the Romney wing of the party, it is DOA. It's no longer on life support. It is plotted. The moment is now. Ladies and gentlemen, Fox News declaring
overwhelmingly for Trump. I mean, I'm always wanting something that I don't hear from all these candidates. I want it all to be about tomorrow. You have to talk a little bit about your record, but now pretty much everyone knows about Trump's record. So I would have liked him to say more about we're doing this, and he did some of that toward the end. I think you heard the applause lines were more about what he's going to do in the future versus the past. But all in all, this is an overwhelming rebuke of the old establishment. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but there's no other conclusion other than maybe Vermont. But right now, I think it's Nikki Haley's opportunity to reach toward the party that is moving and has moved, I would say, in a much more populist direction. Trump could have kind of reached out to her tonight, but I think at this point, it's probably, if she wants to be in the party, it's her time to reach out to him.
Britt, it's interesting that the former president does this a lot. He does not use teleprompter sometimes. He just goes out and speaks off the cuff. Right. Something that we don't see from President Biden. He is very scripted on a teleprompter.
Good for him. Good thing, too.
But at this moment, do you think...
Oh, Britt Hume. Oh, yes. Well done, Britt. Way to make the point that you love the fact that Joe Biden speaks from note cards and calls on the press and gets the questions in advance. But I think he did make up for it, saying that Donald Trump has been right about Joe Biden the entire time and that the American public are ready for Trump 2024.
That he would be able to stand there and point to the failures of an administration as drastic as these have been across issue after issue after issue.
No,
he is
Biden
much
has created a vacuum.
Well, he predicted it.
Absolutely.
Brett, he predicted it. He said he's going to open the border. He's going to drive inflation. During the entire campaign, pretty much everything he said about Biden has come true.
And now it'll be a binary choice.
Does everyone
we're going to wrap up here. We'll come back. What's that?
Does everyone know what they're going to be for Halloween? The race is after Halloween.
Yeah, exactly.
Hilarious. What a great joke. Thank you, Henry Ford, or whatever. I can't remember the guy's name. Utah. Come on, baby. Utah. Rolling through, and then Alaska rolls through at like 1 a.m. So we're going to see what happens here in the continental United States of America. Rejoining the broadcast, of course, the great ALX is back, baby. Let's get a round of applause for ALX. Back and better than ever. ALX, seemingly, we broke we must have broke the news about Elon meeting with Donald Trump, because now it's all over my feed. Now we have and we have Vivek. Now we have Vivek added to that news cycle as well. Calling them both founding fathers.
It's all over now. And yeah, like Vivek mentioned, there's no better like trio than the founding father energy of them three, Vivek, Elon, and Trump. They're very unique characters in, our universe, I'd say. Like, there's no one that is just like, more interesting than Elon or more interesting than Trump. And now like Vivek is like a newcomer and he's joining the stage, the world stage. And if he becomes VP, that will be a power trio right there.
Yeah. I mean, Elon Musk in the White House, like every other day, putting a Tesla charger at the vice president's office. I mean, I know the two of them are close. They're doing spaces all the time. But this is something we didn't expect a couple of weeks ago. Ladies and gentlemen, this is footage of Donald Trump walking into Mar-a-Lago. This was not on the schedule, with Vivek and his wife, whose name is Apoorva. And they have two children together, Melania and Donald Trump, appearing together. This also rare because Melania Trump's mother tragically passed away during this time period, and she'd been in the hospital a lot with her mother. Of course, prayers out for that horrible tragedy. Nonetheless, this was pretty remarkable. I mean, again, we didn't see a lot of Melania because of this family tragedy, but we see Melania walking in with the Ramaswamis into a Mar-a-Lago event. What is this? What do we take from this?
It looks very much like at the White House or at the State of the Union, like we're going to see, where the vice president and his wife, or in this case, second gentleman, and I will say they won't be like making out with each other like in the current case. Okay, that's a little weird. But anyway, in a normal administration, that's what this looks like. It looks like a VP and his wife and a president and his wife. That's what this entrance looks like in a normal administration, not in the Biden administration, where Jill is, kissing the second gentleman or whatever. I hope that doesn't happen this week again. But
they did kiss on the lips.
Yeah,
they kissed on the lips.
And that was the highlight of the State of the Union, honestly. That's all like anyone even remembers of that. Like that's pretty sad. But yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like they're entering as VP and president as the couples. That's what it looks like there.
So I think a lot of people would be very, very happy about that. And I don't know, man. I think that would give, like, Elon Musk seems very frustrated. Like, Joe Biden has made Elon Musk enemy number one. You shouldn't do that, obviously, because Elon Musk controls low space orbit satellites that the Defense Department needs, SpaceX. Elon Musk is a massive contractor and delivery vehicle for an enormous amount of the weapons systems and technology that America uses to dominate the world. Seems like a very stupid enemy to make, but nonetheless, when they do an electric car confab at the White House, they just ignore Tesla, which controls like 90% of the electric cars on Earth, and every charging station is a Tesla charger. So I don't understand. Like, they've made an enemy, I think, out of Elon Musk now, and I think they're going to pay for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're doing the same thing they're doing to Trump by going after him. Like the DOJ and all of them are investigating him for his hiring practices because he's common sense and says maybe we shouldn't hire foreigners to work on rockets, which are, classified as technically weapons. So like you have to make sure that they're, here legally and that they can actually work with weapons. It's like a national security risk, and the DOJ is like suing him over it. And then they're going, like, the FEC or the SEC and all of them are going after him as well. Like, and I think there's 3 or 4 different like ongoing lawsuits. And then they're investigating him over the Twitter X acquisition and all of that. So they're doing the same thing as they're doing, to Trump with the lawfare.
No matter who Trump chooses as vice president, at the very least, I am absolutely, I believe 100% confident that we will never get a moment like this where Jill Biden and Doug Ramhoff kiss on the lips. So incredibly, there it is. Come on, bro.
Cool.
Bro, your wife. Oh no. Yuck. Ugh. Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't a normal administration at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the expert opinion on kissing in front of a bunch of people, please welcome to the show producer Robbie Meyer, who will be getting married actually in just a few short months, and will have to kiss his bride very soon in front of a bunch of people. Robbie is a producer on the program who does a lot of really sharp work, but it would be tough. It would be a tough one, right? To have all the cameras of the world focused on your wife kissing another man.
I'd be just frightened if I had to watch that in real life. I like how it just goes in with a little bit of open mouth. That was my favorite part. It's just like slightly open, and it makes you wonder what really happens in that White House. You know, we've seen the videos that come out of Capitol Hill with what they do in hearing rooms, and we know that there's a lot of coke floating around that White House. And you know what coke does to people back in the 60s and 70s, and that was when they were young. So God knows what is going on in that White House. Were the baggies all hunters? I'm really wondering. I think they might have been Jill's.
I think they might have been. If you ever check out what Jill wears during these interviews, she's on something, and she's got to be strung out. Well, yeah, I mean, sure. I think she dresses a lot like a cokehead with a bedazzler, and maybe multiple bedazzlers, and a gift card to Bed Bath & Beyond shower curtain section. So, Robbie, congratulations, sir. You worked inside of the Trump administration. You worked for a Texan, actually, inside of the Trump administration of the Department of Energy, Rick Perry, who was the governor of Texas. Does the result here in Texas surprise you at all today? It looks like Donald Trump, let's get the final numbers here, or at the very 74% reporting Donald Trump winning by, goodness gracious, winning by a solid 60 points in Texas. What a dominant victory.
I don't think it's a surprise at all. I think when you get down to any state that is actually a state, and I will point out that the District of Columbia shouldn't have a single electoral vote based off of how the founders intended it to be. He is the preeminent candidate, and you cannot go into any of these states and have any sort of people who aren't sitting there getting hit by high gas prices, getting hit by inflation at the grocery store, and average people who don't live in a bubble along the Acela corridor want to have someone back in the White House who's going to take care of them and take care of their pocketbooks. That is not happening right now. And I think if you jump over to Vermont, I don't think there's a story there. As Danny mentioned earlier, it's an open primary. We know Democrats are voting for Nikki Haley. It's reminiscent of what the Democrats, they're just pulling a playbook, right out of the playbook of Rush Limbaugh. They're just shoving Democrats in where they can to go after Trump. That's it. That's what I think they're doing. They're stealing Rush Limbaugh's playbook of, running over to the other side to vote. It's not real. The candidates, are sitting here going, how can I get more money? Nikki Haley's in a money game right now, and that's all that's left. And the donors are fleeing. So who knows how long she can stay in?
Alex, do you agree with Donald Trump's new messaging from the trail? Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting Utah. We're going to wait out Utah. Utah, let's go, baby. The continental United States, all of the continental states will have voted. Alaska, that's going to be decided at like 2 a.m. So all the continental states, we're awaiting Utah. Donald Trump's new messaging, too big to rig. ALX, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's really positive messaging because a lot of people they think that, oh, there's no point in voting or whatever if it's going to be rigged anyway. So that was one of the issues that they ran into with turnout, like in the midterms or whatever. So to really drive that home, that you need to not only play their game with the stupid mail-in ballots and everything, because that really undermined a lot of the turnout where there was bad weather in certain states. But not only that, but not to be a doomer and actually turn out and vote, I think is really important. And then one of the other things I'll say about his speech tonight is he did not mention Nikki Haley once.
Yes.
So I think we're right on par with the fact that he's moved on from this because it's a waste of his time to keep harping on Nikki Haley at this point. So.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Rob. It seems like a wasted energy and wasted oxygen, quite frankly, to signal boost Nikki Haley. I mean, the race is over. The race is finished, and Joe Biden will be the Democrat nominee. And I disagree with Vivek. I think they're actually stuck with him, but maybe I'm wrong. And Donald Trump is the Republican nominee. Schenk. We have a great tweet from Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks. Maybe we can pop that up if we can grab that. Oh wait, here we go. Got it right here. Now the Republican and Democrat races are completely over. Unless one of them drops out, the two nominees are going to be Trump and Biden. That means there's a 90% chance that Trump is going to be president. Buckle up and brace for impact.
It's inevitable.
Cry more. Robbie, do you agree? And, more importantly, it seems like Donald Trump, you served in his administration. It seems like Donald Trump is actually bringing a far more sophisticated game to the playing table this time around.
Yeah, I think he is. He's put together a great operation, one that has exceeded all expectations. I think that, the biggest hindrance of Nikki staying in, and I agree with ALX, it's a good thing for President Trump not to go after her. He's focusing on uniting the party and going after Democrats. But the biggest thing for us as a Republican Party that's going to be the problem is that there is donor money getting sucked up into her campaign that could be going into the RNC, into races across the country, that could be going into the general election for President Trump. And they're not donating right now, and it's going to be a problem. So hopefully with this new RNC leadership change, we can see some donors come back in and we can get fully funded, so we can take out the Democrats this fall. We're going to have a lot of money to go and secure ballots and make sure that we have poll watchers across the country ready to make sure that this election is not rigged, it is not stolen, and that there's faith and security in our election process. And that starts with everyday citizens getting trained up on how to vote, and that costs money, and how to poll watch, and that costs money. So this is a money game as much as it is anything else that's hurting us with Nikki Haley right now.
Nikki Haley, still on the Titanic, will not be speaking tonight. Not a sign of strength that Nikki Haley wouldn't speak this evening, and refuses to, make any commentary. She did win a state of Vermont, and I put air quotes around that because I suppose we'll never know how many Democrats actually went to go vote for Nikki Haley in that razor thin contest. It looks like the deciding votes in Vermont were, looks like there was a 3,000 was the margin. There were 3,000. I mean, so again, like you can just get like a neighborhood of libs to go vote for Nikki Haley, and 3,000 votes is the margin there, right? And we have on camera so many Democrats that tell the news reporters, "Hey, I'm a Democrat. I'm voting for Nikki Haley just to mess with Trump." So anyway, the question is, like, Nikki Haley not making any comments tonight, that's kind of a signal that her campaign is doomed, that she's done, right? ALX?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it was done after Iowa. Like I said, coming in third place and declaring victory. And then in New Hampshire, she essentially tried to declare victory. And then in her home state, when she did worse than New Hampshire, where she sunk all of her resources, again, trying to declare victory. And now tonight, not even taking the stage. She like, at this point, she can't declare victory because it's insurmountable at this point. So I think it's been long over, and at this point, she's just ruining her political career or whatever left of it she had at this point. I don't know if she'll, just go back to Boeing or whatever else she'll do with her free time at this point, because she has zero future in politics at this point.
Well, I want to piggyback off of that. Yeah, real quick. So she lost South Carolina. When you run for national office and you lose your home state by the amount that she lost by, you're done politically forever. I worked for Newt Gingrich in 2011, actually, during the 2012 race on his presidential campaign. We won South Carolina. We didn't do great after that. But you know what? He knew the entire time he was going to win his home state. And he went and won Georgia, and then he bowed out later on after that. But you cannot lose your home state and have a political future. She's politically dead, and she knows it. She's dead with the Republican Party. She's going to wind up being the next, Liz Cheney, finding somewhere on MSNBC, being a shill, or, working for, the neocon Defense Department. I don't know. But she's not running for office again.
It's really funny because earlier in the evening, MSNBC was on saying, Nikki, please don't drop out. Whatever you do, don't drop out. You have no job. Why not just keep running? You have no job, lady. A literal thing that happened on MSNBC.
What's Haley going to do? Same thing she's been doing. Why stop? Yeah, I guess that's right. I guess if the money keeps rolling in, right? If you can still continue to fundraise.
It doesn't cost her anything to keep campaigning. She doesn't have another job.
Nope. It's true.
The point of
I guess if you win a state, I guess I'm just sort of like running the math on the outcome here.
It's true. It's true. She doesn't have a job.
You don't have another job. What a bunch of bastards, these guys.
Well, they know they don't have a job. They know they don't have a job if Trump wins again. They know that MSNBC's ratings are already in the tank, and they're going to continue to go down. And they have nothing left. This is all they have.
See, that's where I disagree, my friend. I think that these people want Trump to win so badly. It's slightly tongue in cheek, but this whole he's inspiring an erection in me. That's not. I think they need him to.
How many erections can they have a day?
Without Trump, well, last for 4 hours. See your doctor. Without Trump, you have a really bad situation for the corporate press. They must have Donald Trump. I personally believe that Donald Trump extended the life of cable TV by 10 years. That Trump alone, running for office, extended what we know to be cable broadcast. They must have him back. They must have him back. Donald Trump Jr. saying the globalist America Last Republican Party of Bush, Cheney, and Rove is dead and buried. Boom. A dominant message from Donald Trump Jr. ALX, we do joke a lot about Liz Cheney on the program. We do laugh a lot about the McCains and the Romneys, the Bushes. Dead and gone? What do you think?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think the repudiation of Liz Cheney, where she led the impeachment and led the J6 committee and everything, it was kind of like this God complex thing, her saying, oh, my father, my father is Dick Cheney and blah, blah, blah. And, when the Bushes were in charge, Jeb Bush, that same privileged class, when he ran for president, he's like, Donald Trump's never going to beat me. I'm a Bush, blah, blah, blah. And he was the front runner. So she came out against Trump, the J6 bullshit. And then she's like, yeah, I'm going to win my primary. And then she got completely obliterated. So I think, yeah, their time has passed.
Yes. Their time has indeed passed. Again, Robbie, you have a very close relationship with Rick Perry, your old boss of the Department of Energy. Traveled all around the world with him, working for and in concert with the Trump administration there at the DOE. In Texas, there was a massive realignment tonight, where I believe there is going to be a runoff, maybe for the House Speaker, the Rhino, like squishy Bush, Karl Rove guy, who's the House Speaker. Do we have that confirmed? Can we check in on that and see?
I think it's going to go to a runoff. What he was saying. So
it looks like a runoff because neither of them are going to get over 50%. There's a third candidate on the ballot who's hovering around 8 or 9%. So it's definitely going to a runoff. But as ALX and I were talking about earlier, Dan Patrick has a vendetta and a bone to chew on. And I think that with his support, Dade Phelan's going down. And it's good in a way because I think there's a realignment that's happening across state houses across the country. And Texas is one of the most conservative, and they should have a leader who reflects their conservative values. And that's what the electorate's pushing for. And I think you're going to see more conservative state legislatures across the country pop up in other states rather than just having Texas and Florida and Oklahoma leading the charges.
Yeah. There is what is seeming like a irrefutable move of the Republican Party into a populist party, and that move is going to be attracting a lot of new voters. And we're seeing that in the numbers, and we're seeing that play out tonight. That's why you're seeing the meltdowns that you're seeing. Like, the narrative control is breaking. The narrative control is, and you sprinkle in a little bit of Elon Musk into there. You sprinkle in the ability to broadcast live to hundreds of thousands of people on X. And what you have there is, well, the breaking of the corporate media ecosystem and echo chambers. And then there's real panic, because then you really can't, the people actually then have a voice, which shockingly, and I know this is going to be crazy, but is actually what democracy is, right? So all these people who are claiming to protect democracy, they're not. This is the opposite of that. It's very confusing, but it is the opposite of that. They want to silence you and shut you up, and they want your elections rigged, and they want you to not have a choice to vote for Donald Trump, and they want you to be quiet, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. You're not allowed to talk about that. The paradigm has changed entirely, and I think it's changing. I've seen, maybe I'm overly optimistic, but it seems to be changing like just in time. ALX on the lead up now to the next great challenges, the Republican convention, and then the general election. Is Joe Biden and Donald Trump going to debate? Are there going to be like never Trump shenanigans at the convention? Will the DNC pop off because it's in Chicago and the residents of Chicago hate what the Democrat Party has done to their fine city?
I think I think the DNC is going to be more interesting than the RNC. We've already seen protests in Chicago, and this kind of reminds me of back in the 2016 election when the Bernie supporters were upset about what they did to Bernie, and they railroaded him. So there were protesters. I remember like they had to build like barriers outside because of the protests were so bad. So I can only imagine with like the migrant crisis and everything what's going to happen in Chicago, because they've already kind of threatened to make it as unruly and give them a hard time. With the RNC, I don't see there being that much of a disturbance, because like we've discussed, a whole lot of Haley's voters are Democrats, so it's not like she has this base of support that could actually cause a disruption, nor do I think she would be invited to speak on the stage at this point. Whereas in 2016, there was I guess the biggest slight against Trump was when Ted Cruz said vote your conscience instead of outwardly like endorsing Trump. And that wasn't even, that bad. Whereas, and like obviously, like his scenario wasn't as bad as at this point Haley, because she's gone full on like anti-Republican at this point. So I don't think she'll be invited to speak on the stage. So I don't think there's going to be an opportunity at the RNC convention for there to be any real disruption. I think that will be, pretty calm, and it will go, off without any disruptions or anything. So I think the DNC is more at risk.
Just one quick, speaking of at risk inside of the Democrat Party, just one quick little cruise through the events of tonight as it pertains to Democrat voters. Biden is in trouble, uncommitted at 20% in Minnesota. Oh, no. So Joe Biden getting tens of thousands of people in Minnesota to vote effectively against him. That's not good. Is there a way for him to get those voters in the general election? Not looking likely. Robbie, the thoughts on the hundreds of thousands of people in Michigan and in Minnesota that are voting against Joe Biden inside of the Democrat primaries?
Well, I think it's simple. I think you look at price of a Big Mac at McDonald's, which I know quite well. I've had to stop eating them in preparation for my wedding, but
don't kiss Joe Biden no matter what you do.
It is expensive. It is expensive to go to McDonald's. It is expensive to order a pizza. People in big cities know better than anywhere else how expensive it is to live right now. And I don't care if you're Democrat, I don't care if you're Republican or independent. People are fed up. When you can't eat, you get fed up. And if you're not being fed, you're going to go find it somewhere else. And then double on that, they're just giving out money, in these liberal cities to illegals. It's just like you've got just like the perfect recipe for disaster, which is why Black and Hispanics and youth are going toward Trump, and it's over. They know it's over. They are just sitting back waiting for this election to end and collect their paychecks.
I mean, honestly, it sounds overly optimistic, but I just don't know how else. I just don't know how else you frame this video, right? This is the video of Donald Trump leaving the Fulton County, Georgia DA's office after getting a mugshot, and the people of Fulton County, the darkest blue Democrat district in Georgia, come out to cheer for Donald Trump. Here's just a little bit of the audio. Listen to this. Fulton County.
I'm talking about they got everybody.
Turned the man into a gangster. They turned the man, he was already a gangster, they turned the man into an icon. And I don't think they know how to unmake the cake here. ALX, I do have some breaking news. I will let you say final thoughts here, but the breaking news is that there is chaos across the state of Utah with very long lines and challenges with the election systems. You hate to see it, especially in a state like Utah, right? This is a Republican supermajority state, but they are unable to get their vote count in. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it may be a very long time before we actually get results in the state of Utah. I am sad. I am very, very sad to report. So ALX, we're just going to assume Donald Trump's very popular in Utah. We're just going to assume that Donald Trump's going to get a pretty nice sweep here tonight on Super Tuesday. Has monstrous support heading into now what is going to transition into the general election. Your takeaway thoughts on the evening? Trump's speech and all.
I think it pretty much went as expected. I again think that it was a smart move not to harp on Nikki Haley during his speech. He didn't mention her once. And yeah, I think just the cherry on top was the fact that Nikki Haley didn't even show her face tonight. But I think that's basically waving the white flag at this point. And if she doesn't drop out after tonight, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it looks like the memes are winning. And the Nikki Haley memes have all been proven correct. Boys, we are going to be back. We're going to be back tomorrow morning. We are so humbled and so just quite frankly floored by the support this evening for the broadcast live. We will end with here's the map as it stands right now. Here you go. Here's the Donald Trump. Donald Trump just winning in massive fashion. Obviously, the first win in Iowa, and then the win's getting look, North Dakota. Look how lopsided that is. I mean, you're talking an 80-point win, right? And a 50-point win. You're looking at another 60-point win here in Texas tonight. How about an 80-point win in Oklahoma? I mean, these are dominant, obviously dominant wins. The race is over. Another 65-point win in Arkansas, and on and on and on. Very, very lopsided here in Alabama. Donald Trump with 83% of the vote. Just pure and total dominance, ladies and gentlemen, and the train rolls forward. I'll say this: if you enjoyed our programming tonight, you will very much enjoy following ALX. ALX, shout yourself out, sir.
ALX on X, Truth, ALX the Lord on Instagram, but I mean I'm mainly on X, so follow me there.
There you go. There's your boy, 677,000 followers. Come on. Let's get up to 700 tonight. ALX is inevitable, and ALX obviously has the ear of, well, two guys that were meeting with Donald Trump pretty regularly, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Robbie, shout yourself out.
At Robbie V. Myers.
There you go.
There we go.
Robbie Myers.
I don't post often enough.
This. Oh, yeah. Man. Look.
A younger man
looking
there.
Sharp. We are, the Benny Show, and we will be here for you. We consider it a deep and profound honor to be able to show up every single day for you. Somebody who hasn't joined the show but is the Rolls Royce. You often hear me talk about Rolls Royce. Is definitely getting his political punditry chops under him. But Rolls Royce also part of our production team. You've met about a dozen members of our team tonight in some way or another. We just want to say thank you. It's an honor to be able to create for you and to be here. Rolls Royce, did you want to say anything to the sweet people out there?
Well, yeah, I always get the surprise pop-ins, which is hilarious. I'm always just thrown into the live stream, thrown into the fire. But no, it's fun. Tonight's definitely been record-shattering for us, and it's always a lot of fun for me being behind the scenes and just seeing how all this works and running the show, and it's incredibly humbling, and I'm honored to be a part of it and to have all you guys watching what we do here and enjoying what we do. And I like traveling with Benny, which we'll be doing a lot of. We'll be in Miami, Trump Doral, this next week, filming some more content, so be sure to watch that. But, that's what we do here. That's what we're up to.
We are going to outwork. We're not going to miss this moment. So we're profoundly grateful and thankful. I'll say this in closing. 2023 was the year of people betraying their audiences and spitting in the faces of their audience, whether it's Bud Light or Target or Disney. The list is so long. The NFL, the NBA, people just spitting in the faces of their audience and disrespecting their audiences, taking their audience for granted. We would never do that. But this is the time actually to appreciate. This is 2024 is the year of appreciating the audience, building the audience, and listening and respecting the audience and the fellowship and the brigade. And that's what we're here to do. And so, again, from the bottom of our hearts, we say thank you. Please subscribe to our channels for more. And let's go win this thing. Damn it, boys. I'm energized. I'm ready to roll. There's the map right there. Stupid Utah. Stupid Utah.
Oh, Utah.
Don't tell likely.
We gotta say thank you. Thank you to the Benny.
Can we make our own prediction though? Like, why are we waiting on Decision Desk? Can we just make our own prediction?
Yes, I'm gonna call Utah. I'm gonna.
Hey, Alexis, call it.
We called it.
I've seen
Alaska.
I've
hey,
seen
Alexis, called it. He's seen it up.
The brigade decision is what we'll call it.
Donald Trump. Here it is. Donald Trump at nearly 1,000 delegates. Only 1,200 needed to win. And so there is our number as it stands right now. A very, very, very good sign.
We always forget to point out, they used to do this. He actually has 9 delegates from DeSantis and 3 from Vivek. You know, they both endorsed him.
That's true.
Those pledged delegates go toward him, and no one's been reporting that. So
that's a really great point. To close us out, ladies and gentlemen, I think we will play a meme. As we often do, we say thank you. We are profoundly grateful, and also uplifted. May God bless you. Have an excellent night, no matter where you are watching this from. Thank you for your support. And we out here. Let's go win. Here is a Nikki Haley Trump catapult meme. Whew. This is a good one to close on. God bless. Godspeed. It's your boy Benny. See ya.
Friends, join us. We have a spectacle.
Awesome. It took 3 months to build, so I don't want to waste it.
I give you